evening. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeSierro City and County Building Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website, broomfield.org/live. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. If you'd like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1.5 minutes to speak. And for our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Delgadillo.
Here.
Henkel.
Here.
Jaworski.
Here.
Leslie.
He's excused.
Lim. Here. Marshallson.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
And Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Would you please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And in order to keep effort for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time on an item, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. We'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions about this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. The only item under petitions and communications this evening is a proclamation declaring November as Native American Heritage Month. Philip and Tara Gover, members of the Confluence Community Group and Broomfield residents, are here this evening to accept the proclamation. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come and meet Mayor Pro Tem Jaworski at the podium. And welcome to both of you. Please go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Noah. My name is Philip Gover. I'm originally from Oklahoma. I'm Pawnee and Choctaw. My father's side, the Gover side of the family, was all Pawnee people. On my Choctaw side, which is my mother's side, they're Robinsons from outside of Broken Bow, Oklahoma.
Oh, Apanoka Natacito. Hi, my name is Tara Gover. My Indian name is Apanoka, which means eagle plumes. I'm Kickapoo Noto, Missouri. We live and reside in Broomfield as residents.
Thank you both for joining us this evening and our entire audience. I will read the proclamation and then I'll turn it over to our representatives for comments.
No, she's reading it. Oh, okay.
I'll read it. Or you can read it along with me. Whereas November is National Native American Heritage Month, and we acknowledge that the indigenous people of the Americas have thrived and persisted despite European and American colonization, which included widespread violence, forced relocations, land dispossession, cultural suppression, assimilation, and termination policies that forever changed indigenous lives and cultures. Whereas the City Council of the City and County of Broomfield recognize that the lands known as the Americas have been inhabited by indigenous people for thousands of years, and that the city of Broomfield is built upon traditional treaty-recognized land known widely as the Arapaho, the Cheyenne, and the Ute nations. people who were longtime caretakers of these lands we now cherish. And whereas through broken treaties, dehumanization, and violence, our settler predecessors displaced these indigenous peoples from their homelands, which they had stewarded for generation upon generation without exploitation. And whereas government entities and public institutions today have a responsibility to enact policies to oppose systemic racism towards indigenous people in the United States, as discrimination perpetuates high rates of poverty and disproportionate health, education, and social crises. And whereas Native American Heritage Month is observed in November to call attention to the culture, traditions, and achievements of the nation's original inhabitants and their descendants, and the official designation of November as National Native American Heritage Month was signed into law in 1990. And whereas Broomfield values the many contributions made to our community through Indigenous people's knowledge, technology, science, philosophy, arts, and the deep cultural contributions that have considerably shaped the city and county of Broomfield. And whereas recognizing that Native American Heritage Month in November provides deeper representation of our nation's and region's diverse history and celebrates the enduring traditions, values, and strengths of Indigenous peoples and bring hopes for a brighter future of respect, partnership, and unity. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim the city of Broomfield shall henceforth recognize November as Native American Heritage Month and state that the council encourages all local businesses, organizations, schools, and community members to recognize Native American Heritage Month and to take time to deepen their understanding of the history, the cultural significance, the sacrifices, and the contributions of the Indigenous people of this land. Thank you.
If I may, I'd like to just take a moment to say a few words. One thing I want to thank to the Cheyenne Arapaho people that I've seen here that are here tonight. I've also have the opportunity to work with a number of you people. I think those families who are of Native descent in here, the one thing about these areas, while it was the homelands of all these other these tribes here, and they definitely had village sites here and had stories of these particular places that go all the way back to the creation of time as we understand it as humans and as people. This is also an area in which it's a number of different tribes. On my Pawnee side, we would have been coming down on the plains a little bit farther out from Broomfield, and we've recognized the connections with actually all these tribes that are here tonight, and some Lakota and Chippewa and the Cheyenne Arapaho. It is something that as a Pawnee person, we recognize these people, and we've always known that this is the place from which they have stories and acknowledge the land. I want to thank Broomfield for acknowledging this time. As a resident of this city and actually working in the school districts here, as I was at Adams 12 for 10 years when I first came. I'm in a different position now, and I've left the schools. That taking that time to think about the history of these areas, and to understand the knowledge that the Indigenous people have of these lands is very important. There's only certain groups of people throughout the nation that can talk about creation of these places as to the depth and knowledge that they have of living there and having our culture defined and created by the very land from which you come. And that's true of all people. I don't think that's just an Indigenous Native thing. I think that's just all people. When you go looking at their culture, go back to the land from which they come from, and you'll see why they see the world that they do. That includes looking at the stars from that perspective and that place on the globe, to the evidence of the water and the needs of that, and the food sources, and the very structure of the land itself, and where you live and where you come from directly ties into that cultural aspect of the people themselves. So with that known, those who are Cheyenne and Arapaho and who lived in this area, this very much their culture is about these places, their culture and how they perceive the world and why they relate with each other, with other people, with the very land, with the rocks themselves that are alive, all of that, and how they want to have the relationship. And it's good to see you all coming back into this area. It's good to have this chance to talk with these people here that are from these areas and come to learn, because even as a Native person, that family doesn't come from here and we came from other areas, need to also learn from those Cheyenne Arapaho people who were living here and have the stories about this place. So once again, I just want to say thank you to Broomfield and all those who came and are here today to witness this and to think about the aspects and the lessons that we can learn from the relationship of each other. And that's the most important thing when it comes to Native people. It's always about relationships and everything that we talk about and everything that we do. It's not some static bit of knowledge. It's always wrapped in the relationship and how you're going to relate. And that's something that I think we all need to remember. We're all in relation with each other at all times. And we always need to be aware and take care of those relationships. So thank you again. I don't know if you want to have anything to say. Sure. And I'll ask my wife to talk this.
Thank you, Mr. Gover.
I just want to say thank you for working to recognize this next month as the American Heritage Month. And also yesterday, a lot of cities in Denver were able to recognize the day as not Indigenous Peoples Day. And I'm hoping that we can progress in Broomfield to celebrating that same event. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, next is public comment. If anyone else would like to speak on this topic, please come up to the podium, state your name for the record, and any takers? Let me check online. Nope. Okay. Then questions and comments from council are next. Does any member of council have anything they would like to say? Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you all for speaking tonight. I know it's not easy to come into a new place too, or a place where you haven't been before. And so I really appreciate you being here. It takes just a lot of effort and friendship and continued ways to forge relationships. And I feel like this is a great beginning. And I am all about Indigenous Peoples Day. And this is going to be great. I will say too, it was really nice. I had some time with Fred and his wife, Mary, last night at the hotel, and I've just been really thankful for that relationship as well. One of our Afghan families wanted to give one of their precious made items to them, just in thankfulness for the space that we have created for those who have fled war. And so it was very meaningful for them to give that to you. And I just wanted to thank you for these relationships. And I am hopeful this is a big, thing, because I think we would really appreciate just continued relationships and a placement here, possibly for those who want to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make any comments? Well, I just want to thank everyone for our meeting and lunch today, and I look forward to the rest of our visit tomorrow. And thank you all for being here. Thank you to our staff and our local groups that have worked hard over the last year to make this a reality. And it is indeed an historic day for Broomfield. So thank you all for being part of it. Next is general public comment. So if anyone would like to be heard on matters other than those listed on the agenda, now's the time to speak. If there's, come on up to the podium and you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and neighborhood for the record.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. John Ewalt. I live in Pinnacle North. I'm sure most people in this room are aware of Colorado Senate Bill 23-169 and that it was temporarily enjoined in August. For those that may not be aware, SB 169 is a state law setting the minimum age to purchase a firearm to 21 years old. It was blocked from taking effect by a federal district judge who ruled that SB 169 was, quote, likely unconstitutional. He also found that the government had not provided enough support to show that they would be likely to prevail in court. This injunction has been appealed and the appeal has been denied. HB 23-1219 also just went into effect on the 1st and was immediately challenged with a lawsuit. HB 1219 requires a 3-day waiting period on firearm purchases. To be fair, one or both of these laws may eventually go into effect, but it will take a long time to litigate, and it does not seem likely for SB 169. Regardless, the Colorado taxpayer is now monetarily responsible for defending these laws. So why would I bring up Colorado laws and their unconstitutionality at City Council? I do not want Broomfield residents to forget that we were one vote away from having to defend these same bad laws as ordinances in Broomfield. In January, Councilmember Schaaf proposed that ordinances 2189 and 2192 be tabled. 4 other council members joined him in tabling the ordinances: Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski and council members Lim, Anderson, and Marsh-Holshan. Thank you to you 5 council members. I do not know all of your motives, but the results of your actions prevented unnecessary lawsuits in Broomfield. Our tax liability for the defense of these likely unconstitutional laws as Colorado residents is a fraction of what it could have been. So again, thank you. The council members who voted to move forward to a vote on both ordinances were Cohen, Leslie, Hinkle, and Ward. Since there was no final up-down vote on the ordinances, I cannot say with 100% confidence that you would have all voted for the ordinances, but based on your public comments and support, it is almost a certainty. Councilmember Delgadillo was not seated yet, so I can only hope she would have voted to join the 5 in voting to table the bad laws. Make no mistake, Broomfield, if council members Cohen, Hinkle, Leslie, and Ward had their wish, the current lawsuits would have been filed in Broomfield, and we as taxpayers would be responsible for the entire cost of defending them. This cost may only be the deductible on legal insurance, but it would still be money wasted for no good reason. Remember this when you vote in a few weeks, and that these council members were strongly in support of, quote, likely unconstitutional ordinances, which I think is about the strongest thing this judge could say about these ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard?
Roxy Julia Lacamora. Once again, I'm coming up to say how proud I am of the council for voting down the water tanks. You've just extended time, which we really don't have for the pressure on our water system. So Ward 5, Ward 4, and Ward 3, which will be the most affected by this, God forbid if there's a fire, who are you going to sue? Right now, if the water pressure isn't there, what's the fire department going to do? So are you going to sue the fire department? You're going to sue the city? Yeah, we'll just let your insurance figure it out. But it's just the idea you're delaying. The previous councils have done the same stupid thing. You delay what is best for the many for a few. So if you want to stay with the few, then you can take this community down, because sooner or later they'll have to stop putting out building permits because they won't have water to get to. We'll have water. We won't have no pressure to give them unless we spend a whole bunch more money to get a whole bunch of different tanks or a whole bunch more pumps in order to get that all stabilized in the amount of time that's going to take, or would have took, to get those 3 tanks up there. So, and less money. So now it's going to cost a whole bunch more. And for what? For what? Just so certain people could be voted back in because they're looking at a few instead of the many. So go ahead, take Broomfield down. It's up to you. And you've already spoken. So I'm just letting everybody know that they need to pay attention to what Broomfield is doing, because you're destroying the city. Your previous council has done you wrong, but yet they done us wrong too. Doesn't mean that you need to do us wrong on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Council's community and event updates are next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So as my council colleagues know, I'm the appointed member to the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. This body meets quarterly. Over my time, I've gained a lot of technical knowledge about water monitoring, soil monitoring at the Central Operable Unit, or the 903 pad. This is where a lot of the industrial buildings were there at Rocky Flats. I even visited Rocky Flats earlier this year, which helped put into context all of this knowledge. The former 6,500 acre Rocky Flats plant was part of a nationwide nuclear weapons complex that manufactured nuclear weapons components. So the reason I highlight this is because one of the parts of the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council is to continue to tell the history, but also the ongoing work that is happening at Rocky Flats. Most of this property was used as a security buffer surrounding the plant's 385 acre industrial area that included about 800 structures. From 1952 to 1944, the plant's primary mission was producing nuclear and non-nuclear weapons components for America's nuclear arsenal. The key component produced was the plutonium pit, or trigger, or detonator for nuclear weapons. Most of the triggers in the U.S. nuclear weapons stockpile were manufactured at the former Rocky Flats plant. It is known that the triggers built at this site had components formed from beryllium, plutonium, stainless steel, uranium, and other materials. The former Rocky Flats plant was also processed plutonium for reuse and for the space program, and manufactured depleted uranium defense-related components. In June of 1989, agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency entered the former Rocky Flats plant because of alleged environmental crimes. In December of that same year, nuclear production work was halted to address environmental and safety concerns. There have been and continue to be, much controversy about the Rocky Flats site. But I wanted to highlight something today, which was kind of a momentous occasion in the Rocky Flats history. 40 years ago, in 1983, there was a protest that gained nationwide and international attention. As a way to continue to educate the public on the Rocky Flats history and current state, I wanted to highlight this event and share this short 8-minute documentary, if there are no objections from my council colleagues, as a way to kind of show what, show some of the historical footage and pictures that were out there at Rocky Flats, but also kind of highlight the history of what happened out there at Rocky Flats. So if no objections, Mayor, love for staff to play that documentary. Thank
Roll
you.
the tape.
Roll it.
Roll it.
This protest happened during the nuclear arms race, 1983. We had tried everything, big protests, big concerts, getting arrested. We decided to try something different. All the newspapers and TV stations were there. But afterwards, they made it sound like a failure. Gaps in the circle, protesters fail. But if you were there, it was a completely different story. Yeah, I think this is it right here. We were parked right about here. It looks like the middle of nowhere, but just across those fields was Rocky Flats, the nuclear weapons factory. They made nuclear bombs out of radioactive plutonium. It was a crazy idea, really, to try and make a human chain around the whole plant, but it was 17 miles around. No one had ever tried anything like this in this country. We organized like crazy, put up posters and put ads in the newspaper and told everyone we knew. But we didn't know if enough people would come. So the biggest challenge was how to spread everyone out and get them to link hands at the same time. So we had a guy in a small plane who was circling around and radioing us and signaling us. That was plan A. And then we had volunteers with walkie-talkies all around the circle, and that was the backup plan. And there was a backup plan, and that was with buglers every half mile. We drove out here early to set up. My van was Command Central. We had a hookup to the local radio station, but we hadn't tested it. It was a beautiful fall day, windy, cool, mid-October. This barbed wire fence goes around the whole plant. That water tower is Rocky Flats. Here's what it looked like from above. Thousands of workers building bombs as fast as they could. A few people started to arrive. Then some more people came. We just hoped enough people would come. The energy was friendly, festive, and welcoming. People were hanging out, just waiting for everyone to arrive.
Right now, we are going to attempt a first in KGNU history. Okay, can you hear us out there?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, Bob.
Okay, Len, so it's working.
I'm going to introduce Sister Mary Lou Tobin.
I think that all of us are trying to demonstrate to the government that enough is enough on this arms race. And we have got to call a halt to it. And so we're out here to say that.
More and more people kept coming. They came in the back of pickups, they drove cars, they rode bikes, and they carpooled. They walked from Boulder.
Steve, are you there? Yes, I'm here. Okay, what's happening out there? I can hear a helicopter in the background.
That's right, you can hear helicopters, trucks, buses, planes. Hey, I'd like to give you an update on traffic, if that's okay. People listening on 93, stay with it, but when you get to the intersection of 128, please go south.
People just kept coming. Traffic got jammed up.
Please stay off the road. Just behind the white line.
We needed people to spread out. There were too many people near the West Gate. Then the guy in the plane got motion sick and had to land, and we couldn't see everyone. We were on to the backup plan. But it was too far across the circle for the walkie-talkies to work. Then the wind was blowing too strong to hear the buglers. But these little transistor radios that people brought played the radio station from the van. People heard taps, joined hands, and then this happened.
We just took a trip around the whole circle, and it's an inspiring sight, one that would bring tears to your eyes to see chains and chains and chains of people.
Churches came, schools came, families came. Many people had never been to a protest before.
Darling, here in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday.
Yeah, we're on the air here.
As far as I could see, there were chains of people, hand in hand, side by side. People standing up, standing together. I'll never forget it.
I'm sorry, I'm crying, so it feels funny. It's been great. It's beautiful realizing I touched the hand of a person who's touching the hand of the next person and so forth and so forth. 17 miles long. Wow.
I don't know what to say. All I can say is that we were all holding hands. It was just wonderful.
Oh, darling, here in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. And we'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for letting me share that. You know, it's one thing to hear about Rocky Flats, is another thing to see pictures and video of what it looked like walking out there. You know, it's amazing that it was basically a city, you know, there at Rocky Flats. So thanks for letting me share that.
Thank you, Council Member Shav. It's amazing what they did without social media. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to let the community know that again, Monday, October 16th, we will have our bi-monthly Charter Review Committee meeting. It will be here in the council chambers instead of Health and Human Services. So council chambers from 12 to 2 o'clock. Again, on October 16th from 12 to 2 in council chambers.
Thank you for that. And for being on top of it. Any other council member event updates or news? All right, moving on. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read all of the consent agenda items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7H by title?
7A, approval of minutes from the regular meeting of September 26, 2023. 7B, resolution number 2023-142, approving the wastewater utility plan. 7C, resolution number 2023-126, approving the construction agreement between Broomfield and Territory Unlimited, Inc. for the Highland Park Channel Improvements Project. 7D, resolution number 2023-127, approving an intergovernmental agreement with Mile High Flood District for design and construction of drainage and flood control improvements for the City Park Channel at Main Street. 7E, resolution number 2023-130, approving an exception to the change of use of open space property. 7F, resolution number 2023-125, approving an intergovernmental agreement with the Regional Transportation District for fiber optic installation. 7G, resolution number 2023-122, authorizing annual aggregate spending with Dell USA for citywide computer equipment and peripherals. And 7H, resolution number 2023-111, approving a trash, rubbish, garbage hauling license for Wampost LLC, doing business as Wampost.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in person. If anyone would like to be heard on any of these items, please step up to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. I don't see any online either. So does any member of council have comments or questions on these agenda items? Councilmember Lim.
I had a question on 7C, the Highland Park Channel Improvements Project. Well, first of all, the good news was it came in under budget, up to 21% under budget, and even with an extension. So I wanted to highlight that good news first for a construction project at this time. My question was, the memo seemed to indicate that this was like the worst area where the rocks in the channel obstructed the flow of the stormwater. Has staff identified other areas where this is going to have to go forward in the not too distant future? I'm trying to gauge the future impact and how much infrastructure improvement we're going to need in this area.
Ms. Allen.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Katie Allen, City and County Engineer. Thank you, Councilmember Lim, for that question. So the channel extends from Dover to Sheridan, and that area is not a maintenance problem, at least to the degree that it is to the west. So that would be the only area we would continue the project, but it hasn't really been identified as a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have questions and comments on 7A and 7E. So 7A, it sounds like, you know, that we had a study session back in September on this plan, and since then I've received very little impact. But a couple of questions that I just wanted to make sure were clarified. So it looks like this treatment capacity will accommodate our growth through 2050 and about a population of 128,000. I believe that that's what it said in the memo. So I just wanted to make sure that that was accurate. And then the other piece was how this expansion was being paid for. And is this going to be paid for on license fees as well as user rates, or is this all going to be paid for on just one of those sides, whether license or user rates?
Director Rudd is making his way down. We'll have additional conversations on this on our next, on the business items. Councilmember Schaaf, so if you want to give a high level how it's going to be paid and if it was previously planned, and then we can get into the details as you and Ms. Ritchie walk us through the enterprise fund as well as the 2024 budget. Mr. Rutt.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Ken Rutt, Director of Public Works. Thanks for the question, Councilmember Schaaf. That is correct. We are planning through 2050 for a population of about 125,000. And then on the finances, I'm going to ask Ms. Ritchie to come and also assist. Call a friend here.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Brenda Ritchie, Chief Financial Officer, Councilmember Schaaf. So it is programmed currently with the expansion on license fees. We are looking for a component of that, those users, that existing users to share that cost. So we are working in the 2024 to make sure that those costs that existing users would benefit from the system are appropriately charged. So right now, those costs are programmed with license fees. One of the things that we'll do with the next iteration of our model is deeper dive into that to make sure that's equitable across to who's benefiting, those customers that are benefiting the system.
Okay, so the expansion the burden isn't being just placed upon the current users. It will be shared by those license fees.
That's correct. The intent is that the new infrastructure is related to those license fees as development, whereas existing user-based charges are existing customers.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, both of you. So 7E, the Lackamora lift station. I just wanted to clarify the approval for us tonight is just considering the approval to the exemption to the change in use of open space for the Lackamora lift station. This is not, we are not approving the lift station tonight.
Ms. Allen.
Councilmember Schaaf, that is correct.
Okay.
The lift station is already under construction and was previously approved.
Excellent. And so looking at the new and improved lift station, if it is approved in the future, it'll be about twice the size of what the current size is, which is fairly small. I mean, it's not a large area. And from the note on the site map attached to the council member, it said that there will be a planning approval in the future. So I assume that there will be a planning meeting. Is there going to be a public hearing? Will there be a neighborhood meeting? Kind of how is that public process going to work with that plan?
So it was already approved through a planning administrative amendment and the contract was already approved by council. So I think the document we linked was
old.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I'm glad that you clarified that then, because I just want to make sure that people are in the know for what's going to happen next on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? All right, before asking for a motion, I want to remind everyone that items 7D and 7F contain an intergovernmental agreement, which requires 2/3 approval of council. Is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A through 7H be approved? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Second, Councilmember Hinkle.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right. Well, we don't have anybody absent. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. There is no business before the Board of Social Services this evening. The first item under council business is a public hearing on the proposed operating and capital budgets for 2024. Item 11B is concerning the proposed changes to the monthly water and sewer service charges. These items both relate to the budget and therefore we'll review them concurrently, which means we'll have one staff presentation followed by an opportunity for public comment and an opportunity for council comment. The proposed budget will be considered concurrently by City Council, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, and the Arista Local Improvement District. I'll now call to order the meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. Will the clerk please call the roll for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Delgadillo. Here. Hinkle. Here. Jazersky. Leslie. Lim. Here. Marsh Holshan.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Law Evans.
Oh, we don't have our.
Mitchell.
Do you know if our borough members for the school district and the fire district were planning to attend, or did they ask for remote access?
I do not believe so.
Okay. We have a quorum. Right. Okay, well, then I'll now call to order the meeting of the Arista Local Improvement Board of Directors. Will the clerk please call the roll for the Arista Local Improvement Board of Directors?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Delgadillo. Here. Hinkle. Here. Jazersky.
Here.
Leslie. Lim. Here. Marsh Holshan.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
And Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. I'll now declare the public hearing open. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to invite Ms. Ritchie, Brenda Ritchie, our Chief Financial Officer, to walk us through this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, as well as the Board of Directors for the Arista Local Improvement District and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. Before us this evening are two items, as the mayor has pointed out, in terms of related to our proposed 2024 budget, as well as the first reading on the utility rates regarding water and sewer. Staff has made copies of these budgets available for the public and for council at the beginning of September. That was provided, and we opened it up on our website for allow for, excuse me, public comment that way. So this evening we'll just, while those documents were very comprehensive, this evening is just a highlight on those two matters. Next slide, please. So starting with the Arista Local Improvement District, the funds established to facilitate this is for the transportation facilities and its development. So it's a 50-50 split. What you see coming in is the projected amount of the 45,000 and then outgoing to help pay for the bonds related to the parking infrastructure within Arista. So that's why it's a direct in and out. That revenue is a direct support and can't be used for anything else and is restricted. So next slide, please. Moving on to our next entity is the Broomfield Urban Renewal Area. And these expenditures account for the various urban renewal areas within Broomfield and are funded through incremental tax revenue, such as sales tax, use tax, property tax. In 2024, as you can see, the projected revenue continues to increase. There are increases related to our expenditures. Specifically, I'll notate that US 36 West Corridor, there's a huge gap there. That is the current anticipated infrastructure, improvements are only projected to be roughly, I believe, $176,000. There's no other planned infrastructure at this time, which is why you see such a low expenditure for the US 36 corridor. We continue to see some strong development and growth in those areas related to the urban renewal areas. And the debt is related specifically to the Wadsworth interchange for the event center. So as you can see, the revenues are very healthy coming in, and as compared to the expenditures, it does not include the beginning fund balances, but would be used in order to support any unanticipated expenditures that would exceed the incoming revenues. And next slide, please. So moving into specifically the city and county of Broomfield, this slide is really just intended to highlight we've got operating and capital within the Broomfield budgets as well as the enterprise services. One of the things we did based on the study session in September was remove the fiduciary funds. And as a reminder, the fiduciary funds are a pass through. So we collect revenues on behalf of other entities such as the school districts, the fire districts, special districts, and we pass that along. We'll see that breakdown in some future slides, but this is really just to highlight what those anticipated revenues for 2024 and the planned expenditures for 24 as well. This does exclude the beginning fund balances. Again, similar to the borough revenue would be able to be used for any anticipated expenditures. It also excludes our inter-fund and intra-fund transfers. So that's basically an in and out. We might have some support from the general fund to our recreation facilities, for example, if the fees aren't covering, providing sufficient revenue for the cost. So in order to recover that, the general fund will subsidize those funds. So that's what this is. And some of the key drivers and aspects impacting both our revenues and expenditures, we've seen slowed development, not that development's not occurring, it's just slower than anticipated. So associated with that are the license and permit fees that we would expect to see. That's we're just deferring when we anticipate to see that, so that we've adjusted our revenue projections to accommodate for that. The other component is we all know that in 2024, based on the assessed valuations for 23, we will see that revenue come in for property tax. Now, that's not an adjustment on the rate. That was the assessed property tax assessments that were done. So, and what this budget also includes from a revenue component is related to the enterprise funds, which is the second component, 11B, regarding the water and sewer charges and fees. So we have included that in our proposal of the budget in order to balance, because those expenses on the expenditure side, what we're seeing is aside from that in the inflationary pressures on goods and services, we see a lot of legislative changes that are requiring mandates, are aging on infrastructure. So in order to address our current infrastructure, we need to be able to plan for that in order to maintain it before it becomes a critical point of failure. So in order to do so, we have planned those programmed revenues to support those expenses. Next slide, please. So in this slide, this is quite busy, but it's hopefully intended to break out all the various revenue sources that we have. And so you see that we collect from taxes, from charges for services. Our primary source of revenue, as I mentioned, is going to be that fiduciary fund, but that is not within Broomfield's authority to spend. So that's really a collections, and then we would hold that. And based on requests from council at the last study session, wanted to know what went into those fiduciary funds. What we did was break that out further to indicate, while a majority of that is related to the taxes that are collected on behalf of those entities, there are pensions and benefits also related, because again, that's something that we want to hold, but we cannot spend. So it ensures that we are appropriately funding the monies that we're receiving for pensions and benefits for our employees. And then we also have interest earnings as well as an inmate checking fund. So that is what that is with the detention center. So inmates that are there have the ability to deposit into their funds for use at the commissary, things of that nature, phone calls, and whether themselves or family members or whoever may deposit into that, and that's held in a special reserve account. And as you can see, the other components are sales property taxes. And so property taxes, while it's a large amount for City and County of Broomfield, we receive 25% of that. So those property tax notices that go out, Broomfield receives approximately 25% of that. And again, these numbers don't include the available beginning fund balances, which would be carried over from unspent monies from the prior fiscal year. So that would cover ongoing, ongoing expenditures, excuse me. And then shifting over to the expenditure side. Next slide, please, Cal. Thank you. So this is, again, just highlighting the overall, where are our buckets of, and where do we plan to spend in 2024? So a majority of the 2024 reflection in capital we'll see is related going to be to rollovers, which we'll see in the First Amendment, new projects coming forward. And again, you see that fiduciary fund is quite high. If you're looking between the previous slide and the next slide, there is a $10 million difference. So we're saying that there is $10 million in greater in expenditures than we're receiving in revenue. That's because costs are growing at a higher rate than what the revenues coming in. However, that's exactly what those fund balances are for and intended to cover. So that's how we intend to cover that shortfall. So because again, we're not getting exactly what's coming in for those planned increases. Next slide, please. This slide, staff wanted to take the opportunity to take a look back at a 10-year comparison with the 2014 original budget as where we compared to what we're proposing for the 24 budget. In order to do so, it was important to bring it to net present value. So that's what we're going to focus on is the last two columns, because it wouldn't be a straight apples to apples comparison, if you will, if we just took the straight 2014 original and compared that with the 2024 original. So in order to do so, we brought everything to net present value, and we looked at what was the population just as a comparison. We also took out the fiduciary funds because if council will recall in 2019, GASB pronouncement, so the Government Accounting Standards Board, number 84, I believe, required that we start reporting on our pass-through funds, which wasn't done in 2014. So again, that's what inflates our budget. So we wanted to make sure we removed that and we're able to look at what was the cost per capita, what was our population, and how are we doing. As you can see that our annual debt payment has reduced overall from where we were in 2014. And then I will note that the number on the previous slide to this one is going to be different on that percentage and that ratio. And the reason being is because this extrapolates strictly without the fiduciary funds, whereas the previous slide indicated the ratio based on all of Broomfield's funds. So there is going to be that slight difference. So I just wanted to call that out, that we recognize that difference and wanted to highlight it and show why that was. It's because the previous slide included all Broomfield funds, where this is excluding that fiduciary to make that apples to apples comparison. So going to the next slide, please. In terms of outside funding and grant awards, one of the big aspects that we'll be seeing in 2024 is the expenditure or encumbrance of all of the 20 million, roughly approximately 20 million regarding the American Rescue and Plan Act. So as a result of after the pandemic, we received approximately 20.7 million and within the county and city funds to help with the replacement of revenue to address infrastructure related to the enterprise funds, as well as any other disadvantaged socioeconomic areas with disadvantaged areas within Broomfield. So if you recall, we came to council previously throughout the years and identified 4 projects to address these needs of leveraging existing projects rather than creating new programs. So that way it would create, it would ease the burden on the general fund. So one of the aspects that has been asked about is whether or not we can use these funds for in talking about the second element of tonight's agenda on 11B, and that's restricted. So with any grant funding, there are restrictions that are placed on what they can be used for, how they can be used, and when they can be used. So that's one of the considerations of why it's not being proposed and to offset for the enterprise funds. And when we talk about the enterprise funds, we'll also discuss of why there's a limitation as well there on how much money the enterprise funds can receive. So just wanted to highlight that we're continuing to make progress on these 4 items and that any remaining funds will be used to support, as we're seeing the cost escalations on some of these projects. We anticipate that we will need that funding to support those projects. So that's what it's being held in reserve. We are required by the end of December 2024 to fully encumber all of the funds and then expend them by 2026. So we are on track for that. And then staff is planning in 2024 to dedicate a page on our website to be able to give a progress update on how things are progressing. So hopefully look forward to that. Next slide, please. So in this slide, we're going to switch over to our capital improvement projects and our expenses. In 2024, at the beginning of our budget development process, we worked internally with our fabulous budget team, as well as members across the organization to develop collaborative working groups to really identify how do we prioritize, how do we look at our capital projects and develop a structure that's repeatable, that's in the lens in which we look at it. So we came up with this matrix, and what you see on the right-hand side of that pie graph is the first level, which is to identify of our projects, what are mandatory, what are obligations, what are critical, and what falls beneath that. So that's where that pie graph will illustrate, helps kind of identify that we are shifting more towards making sure, again, we're taking care of and we're setting aside those funds and prioritizing that first in terms of the use of the dollars. On the left-hand side, in terms of our bar graph, you'll see that it's broken out by the various areas that we're supporting. And obviously, as we've heard in the last several weeks, what we'll hear again here shortly is just in terms of water, it's a critical resource in need, and the costs are increasing in order to support that. This was planned. I know that there was a shift in terms of the direction at the September 26th council meeting. So we've developed the budget as previously planned, identified that. We will adjust those numbers once we go forward and identify what the new costs will be and adjust that number accordingly in a future budget amendment. But it's still anticipated that it's still a top priority, and that's again a focus of our funding. And then we have transportation as our second largest area of expenditure for our capital. With our transportation, there's a lot of outside funding that's available to help support that as well, which is another reason why we tend to prioritize that as well. So as you can see, that list kind of goes through our various areas. Next slide, please. Another element of that refocusing and structure that took place with our capital projects was to really identify shifting our philosophy to be able to address our deferred maintenance. And so what this graph and what the table is trying to illustrate is that we have really shifted our funding and focus to be on asset replacement, preventative maintenance. And this is the 5-year outlook that we have where we're shifting that from new growth and capital in terms, but to taking care of what we have. So that asset management component. So what this really does illustrate is how we plan on funding projects that will address those the aging infrastructure. I do want to call out that this is strictly for our sales and use tax fund in the general fund only. We do have other CIP components, for example, the open space sales and use tax fund, the parks sales and use tax fund. They have very specific uses and not considered in this graphic. But again, overall, our shift in philosophy is really to balance that. What do we need to create versus what do we need to take care of now, and how do we take care of that before creating a point of failure? So this is just to illustrate our commitment to that point. Next slide, please. And just wrapping up on our capital proposed spending for 2024, we are going to be looking at a new, in fact, in 2 weeks, council will be seeing before them a request for a contract to start scoping a replacement for our financial software system. And so that is identified as critical given the nature of what's happening with potential cybersecurity threats and not having a sound system, an antiquated system. That was determined that we need to shore up as part of our community goal. Our financial resiliency and stability sustainability is really to ensure that we've got a strong foundation. Right now, that 400-page document is done manually. There's potential for errors. So how do we create efficiencies and create more transparency to allow that for the public as well as the community and council to be able to be more engaged with that process. So one of the steps is replacing that, the technology related to that. We have several transportation projects that have been deemed critical as well, or are obligations. And as I mentioned before, they will be offset. We've identified those that will be offset with additional funding, and we're trying to leverage that where we can have those matching grants. And then we have our natural replacement component related to our vehicles, again, ensuring that we're taking care of what we have on a timely manner. And then shifting gears into our major utility projects. So leading into our enterprise, you heard a couple of weeks ago from Director Rutt and the team in terms of why it's important to fund and look at the infrastructure related to the water and sewer systems. And so we see with the expansion of the wastewater treatment facility, as well as the drain replacements, the Windy Gap storage, again, being able to store, transport, deliver, treat, all of these require an investment because of the rising costs, that's dictated not just by inflation or supply and demand, but our partners. So Denver Water, for example, has increased their contract price shares. So we're required to be able to pay that in order to provide those services. So that leads into the next slide, please. Talking about some of the key funding challenges within the enterprise funds. Similarly to what we've seen in our operations, we're seeing on our enterprise fund side with the, so we're seeing slow development leads to delayed permit revenue fees. The regulatory mandates increased regulations and timing of that puts a demand on staff and the need to create, so we have redundancy in the system. Underfunding, so whether it's historic or accelerated growth, these all contribute to the fact that it's putting higher pressures on and converging at the same time on our system that we need to be able to address. The other component is related to the weather. And so one of the thoughts is that, well, if weather shouldn't really impact revenues because we're just using less, so therefore should cost less. So I'll use the example of maybe a bus and saying that you can have, whether you have 5 riders or you have 15 or 20 riders, you still have to maintain the bus. You still have to fuel the bus. You have to make sure that you are still following those routes so that you're maintaining that continuity. And that comes at a cost. So in order to do that, you have to address it. So one of the things that we're looking at is really with this 11B in the first reading is to increase those rates and adjust those both on the water and sewer sides as well as the water license fees. Next slide, please. So just to take a step back with the enterprise funds that are different from our general operating funds, enterprise funds are operated and treated as a business. So that means that there must be enough revenue generated to support the expenditures that are planned and anticipated. And we do that through our base fees, our user charges, as well as our license fees, and they can't be supported by taxes. The other component is that we're restricted by the amount of outside funding we can receive, both at the state level and also within our Brimfield Municipal Code. So the state requires that no more than 10% of grant funding is allowed. Otherwise, we would lose our enterprise status. The other component is that within our municipal code, it does stipulate that on an annual basis, we can't have a grant funding on an annual basis to support it. It's just to help support the state revised statute related to that. So the base fees really support your fixed operating costs for all customers of the system. And so that goes into your operations, your maintenance. So think of the electricity needed to provide that service, and then the preventative maintenance components. Your user charges also will help with those costs as well. So those base costs, it's mixed in there, but that also supports the variable. So the amount and consumption, the volume that's going through the system is also addressed in the user charges. And that's going to be your electricity, your asset replacement, your corrective maintenance, those kind of components. And that's really your residential, your multifamily users are typically the customers on that end. The license fee component, that's where that's distinction between new development. So it's that connection for building something new to be able to tie into the system. And so therefore there are costs related to that to build that infrastructure. And that's where the development tap fees, license fees will come into play. And they're not to be used for the ongoing maintenance. That's where that when the users come on the system, we'll pay for that ongoing maintenance, but there is that initial charge. Next slide, please. And so what staff is recommending is what you can see here and what we've been discussing for the last several months related to what the average single family resident would see. And what we're proposing based on the number of gallons is that the average customer would see a $12 increase roughly, whereas a multifamily resident would see an $8 increase. And then we're also, and that's a combined, sewer and water charge. And then on the water license fee, we've proposed a $1,400 increase, again, to cover all of those anticipated expenditures. What we'll do is every year as part of the process, put this analysis through the model, and we'll identify, are there any adjustments need to be made to the rates going forward? And we'll continue that process as we see the revenues coming in. If we have another rainy season or wet season, as we did this year, where 3 months of revenue didn't come in where we anticipated. So how do we build a more robust system? And to Councilmember Schaaf's question earlier, that's one of the things that we'll be looking at, is ensuring that equity among the users. Is our structure, is there other ways to refine it? How can we ensure, while promoting conservation, can we still maintain and have sufficient revenue coming in to support those expenses to cover the system? Next slide, please. And so bringing it all together from a budget summary highlight level, it's again, while we're seeing slowed economic growth, it's still positive and still continuing. So nothing has stopped and it's just slowed. We anticipate to see that throughout 2024. And again, that'll impact our license and permit fees. We know that the property assessment valuations will benefit Broomfield. What we don't know is the impacts from the legislature. So whatever may come from any of the proposed propositions, we will have to monitor and maintain. At this time, what we've done is set aside the projected revenue for the additional that we are seeing as a result of the assessed valuation, and have not programmed that in as an expenditure. So we are seeing a plan to hold that to the side until we know more, and then we'll adjust accordingly. And then on the expenditure side, we're realigning our capital projects. So really focusing on that philosophy to align with what's incoming. How do we prioritize, making sure that we're taking care of what we have, and then adjusting for those inflationary aspects. And then one of the, just on the right-hand side column there is just to highlight what's happening in the various areas. So from operating, we're going to continue to add to our reserves. So we have currently the policy minimum is 10%. In 2023, we have put aside 16.67%, which is roughly about 2 months of operations for the community. And so what we're planning to do is raise that level to 18% in 2024. And that's what that increased reserves is. We're also adding to our police department in terms of 9 full-time positions. So public safety is an important aspect of this community. So in order to help continue those operations, we've funded 9 positions in 2024. Then leveraging those outside grants with either community development block grants to help housing, assist housing, or whether it's the multimodal transportation component. Again, staff is always looking for opportunities to leverage outside funding. And then from capital adjustments, mentioned the ERP replacement. We're also recognized that out of the community survey, paving was a huge component. So we have doubled that budget to 8.1 for 2024. Next slide. And then just wrapping it up, again, our commitment to being fiscally resilient, sustainable is seen as we balance the budget, and then increasing our target reserves. We're well on our way to hit 20% by 2025. And then just last September, this past month, we were notified by Moody's that we were upgraded in our overall sales and revenue tax bond rating, so upgraded specifically in terms of those revenue bonds related to Dillon Road and 144th. So what that means is that that's a testament to our credit worthiness as a community. So, and the level of risk investors would have. And so there's a high level of confidence from investors that Broomfield stands behind what it does, how it invests, and is paying back its debt. So that's something to be very proud of. The other component is, again, continuing down that pathway of shifting towards taking care of what we have, really addressing any type of deferred maintenance, and really focusing that alignment. We know that there will continue to be challenges as we move forward, whether it's the labor markets, the increased capital costs, but as we go through every evaluation, that's what those budget amendments are for, is to really realign. It's again, a plan and a process. It's not a static document. We are looking at it it's where we plan to spend those dollars and how we move forward. So next slide, I think, is our last slide, taking us to our next steps. So In 2 weeks, on the 24th, we will bring forward the second reading of the utility rates for the water and sewer, as well as the water license fees, and then the proposed adoption for the 24 budget, as well as the revised 2023 budgets. All of those elements will take effect January 1st. So that concludes staff's presentation for this evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ritchie. It was brought to my attention, there was a slide that looked like it had different population numbers for 2014 and 2014 CIP. Is it slide 7, maybe? Seven or 8? 7, okay. So total population numbers, what's the difference between the 2014 original population and the 2014 with CPI? The populations are different. Can you explain that?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That was raising that to what it would be if 2014 numbers was brought to 2024 numbers so that we compare 24. So that column, that 2014 with CPI includes an adjustment to bring it to present. So, but I believe we should, that's what the intent was there. So
Okay.
that's why there's a difference in the number.
Thank you for clarifying. We will now proceed with public comments, starting with in person. If there's anyone who would like to be heard on this item, please step up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jan Bill Sparrow. I'm with the Red Leaf neighborhood, and I just have a very small question to ask tonight. And that relates to the use of revenue in the 2024 budget. So in terms of the marijuana products tax, I see that from table 2C, which is page 10 of the budget document, the proposed 2024 budget document, that in 2022, the city and county received $32,000. This current year, no budget was established for that because, of course, there were certainly unknowns. And there's a budget in 2024 of $250,000. In the review of the budget, I'm noticing that there's about $92,000 for a licensing clerk in the city clerk's office that I understand would do some work related to review of marijuana establishments, retail sales establishments. My question is how the $250,000 will be spent. When the marijuana retail sales tax program was implemented, there was discussion about it being used perhaps for mental health services or for educational purposes related to that, or for the general fund. And so because this is a new program, a new source of revenue, I wanted to ask that question tonight, if it's intended to be used in 2024, and it may be in the human services budget, but I wasn't able to see that in the material that's shared in the proposed budget document. So that's the question I wanted to share about that topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Billsborough. We'll get you an answer.
Right now, we will.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. We appreciate the question, and it's becoming more and more timely as the program is being implemented. Ms. Ritchie, please share the answer.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ms. Billsborough. The intent of that $250,000 is to go towards public health. So we do have programs and have been working in coordination with them to leverage both the marijuana funding as well as the opioid funding to help with the mental health as well as those other program initiatives that were outlined.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. Would anyone else like to be heard on the topic? Let me check online. Don't see anyone. All right, well, then questions from the council, the Arista board, and the borough are next. Are there any questions from y'all? Councilmember Marshall, and then Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank you, staff, for the thorough presentation. A lot of information, a lot of numbers. It's really impressive that you guys put this all together for us. I also like to congratulate the city on our debt policy and our debt reasonableness as shown by the Moody's credit rating. Are, both that our debt payment of less than 5% of our total budget, as well as the reserve levels that we're hitting. So thank you. I have a few questions specific. Couple on CIP projects and then also on just the general thing. You mentioned that we have an ordinance restriction on the use of the grant funding for enterprise funds. Could you speak a little bit more about that? Is that something that we could or should change, or is there funding available that if we change the ordinance, we would be able to utilize?
Ms. Ritchie.
So I'll defer to my city county attorney on the legal aspect of that question. But in terms of what's in ordinance currently, what it states and I don't know it memorized, but basically it is the annual outside funding that's what's written within our municipal code. There is a Colorado revised statute related to the restriction of 10% that stipulates us as an enterprise fund, any local community that wants an enterprise fund. So that's outside funding such as grants. However, the internal municipal Broomfield Municipal Code, I'm not sure if it was used to, what the intent was to support it.
So my question is there funding available that we could utilize if our ordinance was changed up to the 10% from the state?
So I will say to answer that question, Councilmember Marsh Holston, so Broomfield is not eligible for a lot of those grant fundings. That is one of the things that we have looked at in terms of those outside funding awards go for more communities that are in need of it. So therefore, Broomfield would not be eligible. What we've seen, we'll continue to monitor what eligibility we have and pursue those grant opportunities to make sure they're within that limit. But as of yet, we have not seen grant funding or outside funding that Broomfield is eligible for, as there are other communities that have a greater need for those funding.
And as Ms. Rogers continues to find that, one of the reasons that that from a state perspective for municipalities that you want to stay at that 10%, because if you become heavily reliant on grants for your operations and those grants go away, then what happens? So it's a sweet spot to be able to say 10% is and still remain solvent and have a sustainable structure. Much like on ARPA, making the decision to say, we're not going to collect those dollars in order to do any programming or one-time shots. You would see communities really jump on that to change their ordinance to go to higher so that they could draw down those funds. But in the end, again, when those funds go away, we'd all be in really, really serious trouble.
Okay, thank you. Question on the CIP projects. I noticed on the CIP project list for this year is a light at 100, or it's not 100 on Midway and Willow Run Parkway. And I know in the past, the residents have asked for a light there and it hadn't met the criteria. I know I sent an email about this earlier, but I wanted the public to be able to hear. Is a light going to be actually moving forward at that location this year? Is that what I'm understanding?
Ms. Allen.
Yes, if the budget's approved, we will begin design and then construction of the traffic signal.
Do we have an estimate of when that would be done?
Design is usually about 4 or 5 months, and then bidding, award of a contract is around 3 months. The biggest problem in the last couple of years is the lead time on traffic signal poles is like 4 to 6 months. So I didn't add all that together, but it's probably more than a year before it's fully installed.
Okay, thank you. And then on the obligations was the 120th Avenue pedestrian improvements. Can we talk about what exactly that is included in that?
It's the Katie Allen Show.
Certainly. So we have a federal funded grant joint project with CDOT called the 120th Avenue or US 287 infill project. And it's looking to fill in the gaps along 120th Avenue from on the west end. It starts at 3 Margaritas, just west of Main Street, and then to Lowell on the east end.
Great, thank you. And then question on the borough budget. I know we have several sub budgets on that. I know we're gonna be talking about reorganizing some of that with the town square. What exactly is that gonna look like and when is that gonna happen?
Sorry, the CIP projects that are related to Town Square? Or I'm sorry, what was the question?
I thought I remember hearing that we were gonna reorganize the boroughs, the urban renewal authorities with the town square.
So Town Square is coming back to restart the clock on the urban renewal area. Is that I'm sorry, I'm
Yeah, I
missing
think so.
something.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what I've.
Okay, yes, so that will be coming forward, what the boundaries are for that urban renewal area.
And then my question, I guess, is related to the use of funds in those urban renewal areas for the areas where they are, for landscaping, for things of that nature, sidewalk repair, that kind of stuff. Is that going to be included in those budgets later on?
Yes.
I think those are my only questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. First question I have before we get to mine and Manager Hoffman's favorite subject of the night is relating to the intergovernmental revenues. For the 2024 proposed budgets, we're seeing a decrease in both human services funding and the conservation trust funding. Can we kind of go over why we're seeing those decreases?
Ms. Ritchie?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember Ward. In terms of the decreased funding related to the human services intergovernmental funds, that's just a residual effect from the massive funding that we received as related to the pandemic. I'd have to look into your question about the Conservation Trust Fund. I don't have that off the top of my head, but I will look into that and get back to you.
Okay, wonderful. I was assuming that the human services funding was a decrease. Decrease was because of the residuals, but I just wanted to make sure on that. So my next question goes to Emerald Lane, our favorite subject of the night. I hear we have a special slide.
Staff had this discussion subsequent to the last council meeting without receiving direction from the body of council. A lot of conversation regarding Emerald Lane and the time period that they have had to wait for that road to be paved. It's like anything else, Councilmember Ward, that we continue to talk about. There are trade-offs. So there's a finite pot of funds. In the past, we have not had a repeatable process nor a matrix to be able to prioritize and or have the critical nature of critical obligation and mandates. So as we discussed before, when we put Emerald Lane, the project, you can see the various components here. So I know it sounds like you just go out and you pave from point A to point B. That is far too simplistic. It's much more complicated than that. You can see the paving, curb and gutter install, drainage, and then it'd be local drainage. So you're looking at about a $2 million price tag. So we just wanted to provide the alternative CIP projects that could certainly be on the table with council direction. So again, it's not reprioritizing, it's reallocating the funds. So what isn't going to happen in order for this to happen? And I'm just going to leave it right at that.
All right, thank you. Is there a way I could get this particular slide emailed to the rest of council?
Absolutely.
So I appreciate this information and we'll take it under advisement.
We'll await additional additional direction on that, the reallocation piece. And as Ms. Ritchie had mentioned, the 2024 budget included from the enterprise funds and the accompanying CIP based on the snapshot 30 days ago. So those funds are going to look different based on council's direction on the 26th, on September 26th, with regards to the northern water tanks. So I don't, all of this will be modified and updated as we move forward based on those additional funds from an enterprise fund as well as from a CIP fund.
Okay, thank you. Just since this caught my eye, can you kind of delve a little deeper into why that 120th local drainage number is thrown in with the cost of the Emerald Lane project in total? I know you have the little asterisk that says the local drainage already has an ongoing CIP budget, and it would be done in concert with the project finishing.
Ms. Allen, will you connect the dots on each one of those items, please?
Certainly, and I'll try to do it without a map, so bear with me. So I think it was 2 weeks ago, council approved a contract to do drainage improvements on 120th local. Well, our budget only takes us so far west on 120th. And that first phase of the work will solve many drainage problems, but not all of them. We plan to extend the rest of the storm sewer further west when we do the 120th local roadway improvements, which we recently got grant funding for. And those are supposed to start in 2026. To really pave Emerald Lane correctly and deal with the drainage, we need to pick up the stormwater and take it to a storm sewer. So if we were to advance Emerald Lane, we need to advance that pipe. So that is why that pipe budget goes from one project to another.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Lim.
Councilmember Lim, I'm sorry, may I, Ms. Ritchie has the conversation, has the answer on the conservation fund.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Ritchie.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. So for Conservation Trust, those intergovernmental revenues are related to lottery proceeds. And so based on historical trend and what's been coming in, we adjusted those revenues to reflect more in line of what we've been seeing related to the Conservation Trust Fund.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Lim.
Yes, in the general budget, there's a lot of, we have identified the First Bank Center as a catalytic development now. So, and there's a lot of resident interest in what may come forward in the short term. So can you anticipate that in 2024 already, there would be any budget impact as the First Bank Center development moved forward?
Thank you for that question. So we're coming back to council on December 5th with the First Bank Center update. Two items to be specifically addressed. One is Broomfield owns two parcels. They own parcel A and parcel B, the parcel that First Bank is on, and then we own an adjacent parcel as well. Conversations about how to activate both of those sites or if they should be split. So staff will bring a recommendation on the order that both of those sites should be activated on. We'll also be seeking council direction with regards to demolishing the First Bank Center. So getting that clear direction before we leave 2023 so that we can have those additional conversations and have any budget adjustments if needed. It wouldn't, based on council's direction, probably in the third budget adjustment series.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That answers that. There's in the wastewater and water rate increases. there's a note in there that staff in 2024 is going to investigate the possibility of separating out the stormwater utility, and that could open up the possibility of funding from Mile High Water. Could you explain that a little more?
Mr. Rutt and Ms. Ritchie. Ms. Ritchie, you can start. Mr. Rutt can.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Lim. So the Mile High Flood District has specific projects, grant funding that they award for stormwater projects. And because we currently do not have a stormwater utility, so those projects we're not eligible for leveraging those funds. But I can turn it over to Mr. Rutt to further explain.
Thank you for the question. Appreciate the, one of the major tasks that we want to undertake in 24 is evaluate our stormwater system and how best to fund that. There are several major mandatory impacts. We are permitted as a city and county through what's called the MS4 state stormwater discharge permit. And as we grow into and exceed 100,000, we change from a phase 1 or a phase 2 city to a phase 1 city, which increases a lot of our requirements, such as sampling all of our outfalls to the various creeks, different maintenance activities within our stormwater system, et cetera. And so how do we fund those? And how do we properly secure the funding for all these activities along with our current stormwater drainage? We've had about 179% increase in our stormwater drainage in the last 10 years. And how do we maintain that infrastructure? So that's all part of that stormwater evaluation.
Will that be a project that will terminate and conclude with that evaluation of separating that in 2024? Or is this the beginning of the evaluation that will flow into the subsequent years?
Our intent is to complete that and make a recommendation to council about October of next year.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Councilmember Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. So, just being on council almost 6 years, through this budgeting process, the thing that I've always noticed is that every decision that we make in that calendar year and sometimes in the previous calendar year impacts that budget that we're currently working on. So, as Councilmember Marsh Holston pointed out, the continued movement forward on the Broomfield Town Square impacts those CIP projects potentially next year. So, I think that, every Tuesday we're impacting this budget. So none of this necessarily comes as a surprise, but I do, there are things that we have that made decision on that are in the budget, but there are those things that we haven't made decisions on that aren't in the budget either. And one of those, I just wanted to confirm, the 2023 ballot initiative that we have, that is not reflected in any of these numbers. That's proposition HH.
Okay.
Correct. And as Ms. Ritchie had previously indicated, rather than not making any type of guesstimate, staff with council direction took the preemptive step to be able to say, we estimate that based on the property tax increase, Broomfield, so we all know, so if you look in the presentation, out of every dollar that we collect for property tax, Broomfield, about 49 to 50% goes to the school districts. A significant portion goes to special districts, and Broomfield keeps about 25% of that. That 25% that we're anticipating, again, I hate throwing numbers out because I know someone is going to text or call or email tomorrow saying, City Manager Hoffman said this is what it was going to be. We're estimating that it's going to be between 14 and 16 million. Based on that, we have 7 million that went through the assessment and worked with our assessor's office to reevaluate that amount. So we anticipate that 7 million comes off of that 14 to 16 million. Additionally, we wanted to say if HH passes and 303 and 304, rough guesstimates what that would look like. So we have not taken into account the 4% cap. So we haven't programmed those funds, but our fiduciary duty indicates that we have to show that on our revenue balance. But we haven't programmed those funds in for any one of those budgets. So we're anticipating with HH, that would be about a $4 million impact to that budget. So by the time you get done with the $4 million impact and the 7 million, that means that Broomfield would retain anywhere between 3 and 5 million from the property assessment increase that we would continue to get. Do you want me to say that one more time? It's more simple.
No, thanks. I mean, I think it's a long-winded way of saying, sorry. It's a long way of saying that it is not programmed into these dollars. We did in the budget, we did not program whether HH passes or whether HH fails. That's not reflected in the budget, but we have done outside of that budget calculations to see what would that impact be.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. So the water license fees and rates. So again, there's that idea that any decisions that we make impact that budget. And one of those recent decisions was the September 26th decision to bury the water tanks, and that the current utility model rate did not include those costs. And therefore those costs will most likely be increased in the out years. So you know, we'll be seeing that in a future budget year. And then so explain this, because this is still out there in conversations.
Sure.
So as happened in June with the high precipitation month, there was a slowdown in water usage by customers and thus a downturn in revenue. In the future, is there a way that we can look closer at that base fee to ensure that even when we have high precipitation months, that we're still covering our fees so that we aren't over reliant on those? I guess that would be the user fees.
I'm going to start the conversation as the team makes their way up. Yes.
Okay.
And that's the level of, so Broomfield's never had a repeatable process with elements that are modeled. And we all know that models are incorrect, but they provide us a basis to be able to take a totality of circumstances so that we can look at cumulative impacts. So last year, with the first time that we had done the model and you drop that in, our focus was to be in the black for 2023. We didn't have the big ticket items. We didn't have the northern water tanks, whether they were buried or not buried in that calculation last year, nor did we have the wastewater treatment facility expansion. So those two items alone, when you plug those into the models, you're going to see a really significant shift in what is going to be required in each one of those elements that Ms. Ritchie went through before. Base fee, license fee. We are continuing to not have a system that pays for itself. We throw around the subsidy. Ms. Ritchie corrects me every single time. But it's that shift in philosophy, Councilmember Schaaf, that Broomfield has consistently relied on development paying its own way. Our model does not take that kind of sanctimonious, if you will, because we all know that it doesn't. And it won't. So it's that fine balancing act that it's consistent throughout the year. So every time that we have, whether it's precipitation or it's inflation, or it's regulations, or it's additional mandates, or it's the state legislation that comes out with any kind of unfunded mandates, we're expecting another 2 years of extreme unfunded mandates, which then allows us, now that we have that repeatable process, to drop those funds in so that we do continue. It's the secret sauce, if you will, because if we go too high on those license fees, we won't have any development. And if we don't have any commercial development, then it offsets our ability to close that gap between what the residents cost and the service level that we have all become accustomed to and want to continue to maintain. So again, it's a balancing act that in the past, I don't want to say it's been a shot in the dark, but it certainly has not been an intentional direction on where we want to be. You have to have a repeatable structure in order to make that happen, to get to where we need to be. So it's a continuous balancing act, which is why we went 5 years out. Last year, we balanced to be in the black for 2023. We achieved that. So what, right? I mean, we have to start looking. I mean, that's that visionary piece of what that future forward looks like. And it's the model is the model. The data is the data. What it yields, we can't control what it yields, but we can control the fidelity of the model. Mr. Rutt, what did I miss on the balancing between those three funds?
I don't know if I can add anything else. You hit that pretty well. And that's the key, as we refocused and repurposed, how do we address our funding? How do we address what our long-term needs are? Versus whether it's a drought or whether it's a wet year, we still have fixed costs. And we need to account for those and make sure that we allocate them to the correct fee, whether it's the base fee or partly user fee.
Great. I appreciate that work that will be done. And it sounds like that this last year, we budgeted to remain in the black based upon that we would have not a high precipitation month in June. So that starts to throw numbers out of whack. So I appreciate that work that will be done in the future to ensure that that works better. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaaf, if I may just real quickly as well. A proactive approach with the model is one thing, because then you can look month by month, quarter by quarter, how our permits are looking, what the precipitation is, all of those elements that come to help us make those particular decisions. But additionally, Ms. Ritchie had mentioned during the beginning presentation where we've always had a balanced budget, but we haven't always, it's how you balance the budget. That is really the key. It's not just balancing the budget. It's not just paying your bills, which is why we got the credit rating, right? So jazz hands for paying your bills is one thing, and that's great news. But the other piece is that we have to be able to Broomfield foundationally became a custom of robbing Peter to pay Paul. We saw it in the urban renewal areas, and we've seen it in the enterprise funds. And so best practice, you do not intermingle any one of those buckets, but you and you don't intermingle with operations and CIP. And historically, over the last 7 years, when you look at the charts that we've introduced, when we first started talking about the enterprise funds, you can see that CIP is in the black 7 years ago. And operations were in the black. And it wasn't additional funds, because then when we do a juxtaposition between no increases, right? Because there wasn't tolerance, there wasn't capacity in order to make that happen. You continue to borrow from one to put into the other, which is why now we are seeing going into the red in years out, now that we put in the northern water tanks and the wastewater expansion. So it takes from one being in the black and you say, well, geez, you're solid in your CIP, just continue to borrow from your CIP to put it into the operations. Next year is the first year that we're in the red in each one of those. So one impacts the other, which impacts the other. So back to your point, every decision that council makes on a policy has from small to really significant impacts and ramifications, particularly on these enterprise funds.
Is that all? Okay. Any other council member questions? Councilmember Diggledy.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple clarification questions. So one I think was obliquely already answered. But just to confirm, the reason we can't use taxes or other revenues to support utilities is because it is required that those are self-sustaining funds and cannot, okay. Great, thank you. Appreciate the nods. And then one kind of out of curiosity question. What is the reason for increasing money in reserve? I do appreciate the need to be, financially responsible and all that stuff. However, it is inherently money that we are not investing then in our infrastructure. So I assume there is some sort of reason or some sort of thrash that we're anticipating in this coming year.
So part of it's a philosophical approach. You don't have to do it. We're mandated to have 10.67%. From the surrounding county municipalities, the Marshall Fire is a really great example. When you have catastrophic events, so a rainy day fund isn't when it's raining, right? A rainy day fund is when there is a tsunami that has hit. And when communities don't have that reservoir, you are not only tapping into your general fund, but getting out of that hole is really significant. So the thought process about shoring up those funds is just that. So again, it's a decision tree, right? About the benefits of, and you won't continue to do it. So the goal really is from best practice that you get to 20% and you stay at 20%. Once you're disciplined enough to get at 20%, then everything else, right? Then you can have that investment. If council directs otherwise, then obviously staff would modify that, but we strongly recommend that we continue to do that until 2025 when we hit that 20%.
Right. Okay, I appreciate that clarification that you also hit on my follow-up, which is what are the circumstances in which we would kind of taper off and that, that 20% mark. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? All right. There being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Councils, boroughs, and the Arista boards consideration and vote on the proposed 2024 budgets will be at the October 24th, 2023 council meeting. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2196 on first reading. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2196 by title?
11B, ordinance number 2196, repealing and reenacting section 13-12-010 and 13-2-020 of the Broomfield Municipal Code to change monthly water service charges and water license fees.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that ordinance number 2196 be adopted on the first reading and ordered published in full.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Delgadillo.
So seconded.
And this script is worded, so I'm reading the council motion too. It's just a little wonky. So we're just voting on the, do you see what I'm looking at, Ms. Rogers? Is it just duplicated? I don't want to mess us up legally. Just go for the discussion? Yeah. All right. All right. Okay, it just looks a little strange.
Right. We've done the council questions and typically we do the motion. So we need a motion to introduce this ordinance on first reading in a second, and then we can go to discussion.
That's where we are. Is there any discussion?
Thank you.
Councilmember Marshallson.
I just had one question. I had a question. These I didn't realize we were doing these all together, I guess.
Well, it's not, it's just my script has two places for the motion.
No,
so it
so
just confused me.
Yeah, I just had one question for Ms. Ritchie, actually.
Go ahead. I'll allow it.
Thank you. With the upgrade to our financial system, are we still planning on working into that, a potential to allow for average billing for the water rates?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Marsh Holston. So one of the elements of scoping the new ERP system is also our utility billing system. That is a module. So we will be looking to improve that as well, so that we have a better billing system and tracking, as well as having more flexibility with our tiers and being able to provide more information. So you're correct.
Great, thank you. I just wanted residents to be able to be aware of that.
Do you have any discussion?
No.
Okay. Any other discussions? All right, all in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2197 on first reading. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2197 by title?
I'm sorry, ordinance 11B, ordinance number 2197, repealing and reenacting sections 13-12-020 of the Broomfield Municipal Code to change the monthly sewer service charges.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward?
I move that ordinance number 2197 be adopted on the first reading and ordered published in full.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Shah?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. So seeing there are no other items of business before the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority or the Arista Local Improvement District, the meetings are adjourned. Next is council's consideration. Oh, well, look at the time. It's 7:53, so I'm thinking we should probably take our 10-minute recess. I think I need a recess. And so we'll be back at 8:03. Thank you. Welcome back. I'll give folks a moment to settle. And we're going to move on to item 11C, resolution number 2023-123, authorizing issuance of a request for proposals for city contracted residential waste hauling services, formerly Universal Waste Collection. Next is council's consideration of resolution number 2023-123, authorizing issuance of a request for proposals for city contracted residential waste hauling services. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate that. I'm going to have Danae Brouillard, our Director of Strategic Initiatives. And I just want to clarify, we've gotten a lot of email and questions on this. Tonight is only to issue the RFP. It is not council making a decision whether we should have universal trash hauling or not. It's simply moving forward on executing that RFP.
Due diligence, if you
Correct.
will. Thank you.
Ms. Brouillard.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Danae Brouillard, Director of Strategic Initiatives. Before I dive into the staff presentation this evening, I did want to recognize the other staff in the room tonight who are not only here to help provide answers needed, but were critical in the work leading up to this memo and the preparation of the resolution for council's consideration. We have Allison Harvey and Garrett McDaniel from Strategic Initiatives, Ken Rutt, Jeff Ruger, and Justin Mutt in the back from Public Works, and Courtney Hartman is also here from the legal team. And then finance was obviously an integral part of this conversation as well. The focus of tonight's presentation will be refreshing council and the community on the path to tonight's item and outline the next steps if council approves the proposed resolution this evening. Before we discuss the proposed resolution for council's consideration, I want to take a quick moment to recap on the multi-year journey this process has been and will continue to be pending council's decision tonight. Additionally, you will hear some changes in terminology in tonight's presentation as well, as it was included in the staff memo. Universal waste collection is a broad term that describes a future state we are aiming for in Broomfield. It is one where everyone has access to trash, recycling, and composting services. Tonight, we are talking about another step that moves us in that universal direction, which is city contracted hauling services for single-family residences and some multifamily units. If council approves the resolution this evening to explore the next phase, we promise we'll come up with a better name than switching it around. But we wanted to make sure, at least for tonight, everybody was clear what we were discussing. Next slide. Broomfield Zero Waste goals were adopted by the City Council in 2020. The first goal established was for 50% waste diversion by 2025. And the second and overall goal is 100% diversion, or as close as possible, by 2035. Next slide. The Zero Waste Resolution also supported the creation of a zero waste plan to achieve the established goals. The development of the plan was a year-long effort. It was led by the Advisory Committee on Environmental Sustainability, or ACES, and it was designed with the Zero Waste Associates, which was funded through a grant program. The plan was shared with council at the January 28th, 2022 council study session, and it included 14 initiatives with ACES recommending 6 high priority strategies. During the development of the Broomfield Zero Waste Plan, extensive community outreach was conducted, including town hall meetings, focus groups, and more. The community further narrowed the high priority strategies down from 4 to 2. And 2 of them are the items we are discussing tonight: city contracted residential waste services and a community ordinance on recycling and composting. Next slide. We wanted to take a moment and provide an update on the progress towards the established zero waste goals. As I mentioned earlier, the first goal is 50% diversion by 2025. Broomfield's diversion rates are determined based on information provided by the hauler via the ReTrack system. The 2022 diversion rate for Broomfield is estimated to be 21% based on this data. We cannot provide the 2023 numbers yet, as this year is still in progress, and we don't get those reports until the first quarter of the following year. However, based on the 2022 numbers, Broomfield is not on track to meet the established zero waste goals. Tonight's presentation focuses on effective ways to boost residential recycling and composting. It is important to note that it does not address waste diversion for businesses and larger multifamily housing complexes. We know that this is an important topic and one that will require in-depth analysis and community outreach, and we plan to bring that forward in the future. Next slide. The first council meeting where city contracted residential waste services and a community recycling and composting ordinance was brought before council for review and direction outside of the greater zero waste plan conversation was at the July 26, 2022 council meeting. Staff prepared a memo which included a ballot question to develop and present a community recycling and composting ordinance and procure through a competitive process a contract with a waste hauler to be Broomfield's preferred provider. Many of the questions asked during that council meeting were related to the overall cost and impact on both Broomfield and the community, as it is challenging to vote on a ballot question when concrete numbers are not available. As we have learned with this whole process, we are not able to provide those numbers as concrete as desired by the community or council until we have issued the RFP. This information truly will only be available if we proceed into the next phase, which is what the resolution tonight does. Based on this information, as well as council's desire for greater community engagement, the ordinance was not passed, and instead council directed us to facilitate more community engagement and come back with more information. Next slide. Based on the direction from the July 2022 council meeting, staff developed a robust community and outreach strategy that launched in January 2023. The outreach included a community survey with 900 respondents, a community forum, and a dedicated Broomfield Voice site with questions and answers that is still updated and maintained today. Staff then provided an update to council at the April 18th, 2023 study session, and council directed staff to pursue the combined pathway of a citywide residential waste hauler contract in conjunction with a community recycling and composting ordinance. There were 4 key elements that staff requested direction from council on that evening, and the following criteria were established. The first criteria was that the citywide contract for residential recycling and composting will use volume-based pricing. It is commonly referred to as pay-as-you-throw, and it will include recycling services bundled at no additional cost. The city would look to contract for bundled trash and recycling collection at minimum, and pricing would be based on the size of the trash cart selected by the customer. The second core element that council provided direction on was that there would be an opt-out fee for households that do not want to participate. It is important to note that we cannot estimate what the fee will be still at this point in time. It would be part of the contract negotiations following the RFP process if council approves the proposed resolution this evening. The third core element was that HOAs will participate in the program. Many HOAs currently contract a single hauler for trash and recycling collection. Staff anticipates that that number is about 30% of the overall parcels in Broomfield. To our knowledge, none of the HOAs with a single hauler uses the volume-based pricing model that I just talked about, and further, composting services are very rare in those HOA contracts. Based on council's direction to include HOAs and feedback from other communities as well as best practices, staff recommends HOAs with contracts can join as contracts renew or expire, but no later than April 2029. And that's new information from what we said in April. We had said we recommended the rolling in implementation strategy, but we've added some dates to it. And the reason for that, the timeline was established using information we received through our outreach to property managers. Based on this information, nearly 2/3 of the HOAs with contracts would fold into the citywide contract by April 2028, and the rest by April 2029. Using this roll-in option ensures HOAs will not have to pay fees to break current contracts. And it is our understanding that haulers have experience navigating this kind of rolling transition and working with the HOAs and the cities to make it as smooth as possible. While rolling into the city contract, HOA residents would not be charged the opt-out fee if covered by an HOA contract for trash and recycling, nor would the HOA. However, HOA residents would be subject to the opt-out fee once there is no longer an HOA contract. The fourth direction that council provided was that staff will explore multiple options for organics collections. We understand from council in April that the preference is to extend access to composting services to all residents, unless doing so has a disproportionate impact on cost. Based on this, organics collection services will be added if feasible, based on the proposals received through the RFP process, if the proposed resolution is approved tonight. Before we move on to the next slide, which goes over the proposed resolution for council's consideration and the timeline if approved, it's really important that we note a couple of things. First, it's important to remember that waste removal services for businesses and larger apartment complexes would remain, per state law, an open market system with multiple haulers competing for business, and it would not be impacted by the citywide contract. Residents would get to choose the size of the bin that best meets their households. There are many co-benefits included in this program, which is reduced trucks on the roads, which also reduces related pollution and road damage, decrease in safety risks, and gives all residents access to bulk pricing. And then finally, the producer responsibility program that came out of the 2022 legislation will deliver free statewide recycling beginning in 2026. However, the program is still taking shape. We do not have a lot of information. We're actively following and contributing to the state assessment that's happening right now. But what we have heard is that the state and nonprofit experts agree that cities with a single hauler contract will be set up to get reimbursed faster or sooner than those with an open market system. Next slide. And that brings us to the resolution before you all tonight, which is proposed resolution number 2023-123, which authorizes issuance of a request for proposals. And it includes those core elements that I just talked about. And I'm going to recap quickly for reference. So trash collection with volume-based pricing, recycling services bundled at no additional cost, an opt-out fee for households, options for organics collections, and the HOAs will participate. Passing this resolution does not enter Broomfield into a contract, as Manager Hoffman mentioned earlier. Instead, it activates the next steps of the process and confirms council's direction on the core elements of the program and to continue in the next phase of this multi-year process. The RFP and sample agreement that accompanies it will have much more operational detail, and many of these will be refined in the contract negotiation process. Next slide. If council proposes the proposed resolution this evening, staff will return to council with related ordinances, full program detail, and contracts in the second quarter of 2024. Services are expected to begin in the first or second quarter of 2025. To hit this target implementation date, there are some key dates that we wanted to share. And again, this is all pending on council's approval of the proposed resolution tonight. So pending approval, we would go into releasing the RFP in November. We've actively been working on that, and it's been drafted based on the direction provided in April. So we anticipate being able to turn that around fairly quickly if the resolution is approved tonight. From December to January 2024, we'll look at those proposal evaluations using the rubric and the bid process that Broomfield is known for, and look at contract negotiations. From February to March, we'd come back with the first reading of related ordinances. So just as a reminder, again, this is a two-part conversation. There's the community-wide recycling and compost ordinance, and then there's the city-wide residential trash hauling contract that go together on this pathway. So the first reading would come forward, and then we'd bring back the actual resolution for contract approval and the second reading of the ordinance together in April of 2024, with a goal of implementation in first quarter of 2025. Next slide, please. We wanted to just talk about costs really quickly because we saw a lot of questions or concerns come in about this. We recognize how frustrating it can be, but it is important to note that we will not know the cost of the contract, the impact on Broomfield, the impact on household prices, or what the opt-out fee will be until we receive these proposals, which would come following an RFP process. If council desires more information on this program specifically related to cost, proposed resolution number 2023-123 would direct us to the next phase, so these numbers could be provided. Based on this information, no additional funds were requested in the 2024 operational budget for strategic initiatives, and instead the cost would be incorporated into the 2025 budget requests. In conclusion, we recognize that we still do not have many of the answers desired even 4 months later. However, this information will truly only be available if we proceed into the next phase of this process, which is issuing a request for proposals. Proposed resolution number 2023-123 directs staff to proceed to the next phase of this multi-year journey, which will allow us to provide greater details on the impact of the program in totality. And it continues the journey to implement these key high impact strategies to reduce waste in Broomfield that were established back in 2020. That concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brouillard. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in person. If anyone would like to be heard on this item, please come up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Roxy Julia Lackamore. I'm still totally against this. You're taking the rights away from your community. Making us go ahead and have one trash hauler. And if we don't do it, you're going to basically charge us anyway, which is kind of like a tax. So now you're going to tax your community. So if you go ahead and continue on with this, there's a lot of people that are not happy with this, whether they come here and talk to you about it or not. But I am, and I'm totally against this. You can't predict 1 month from the other or 1 week from the other on whether I need a large container or whether I just need something that would be one little trash bag. But that's my privilege to be able to get a contractor that will haul what I need and what I want. It shouldn't be up to the county, city and county to dictate what I want and what I need. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Gary Gallagher, and I am here on the behalf of the board of Anthem Ranch, which is a 55-plus community of 1,328 homes and over 2,000 residents. And we strongly oppose the HOAs being required to use CCOB's contracted waste hauling services once our current contract with Waste Management expires. Our strategic plan calls for us to be the best sustainable stewards for protecting our environment. Our sustainability committees and board are laser focused on waste hauling, recycling, composting, and water conservation. And we are able to achieve significant headway in these areas because we have clear and enforceable policy, rules, and regulations. And what we've been doing for the last many, many years is what you're all looking to do going forward. We are doing it now. We've been doing it for the last 3 or 4 years. And every year we actually get better. We've actually now added a plastics program where we're looking to basically accumulate 500 pounds of, I call it white plastic, and in order to basically get a bench. So we've gone well beyond waste diversion in the normal sense of trash and recycling. And we really are at the cutting edge, we believe. And I believe our diversion rates are higher than certainly what the city of Broomfield or county of Broomfield is getting to today. So we are clearly aligned with the city's zero waste goals of waste diversion. With 1,328 homes, we have the critical mass to negotiate the highest level of services and bulk pricing, i.e. the most cost-effective pricing that best meets the needs of our residents. We contract for all of our 1,328 homes with a single hauler. Thereby, we address and we do meet the co-benefits that this young lady just moments ago was pointing out. We're already doing that. We're reducing the number of heavy trucks on Broomfield streets and further reducing air and noise pollution, potential safety concerns, and excess wear on pavement. We're there. We've been doing that. Now, understanding it would be short-sighted for our board of directors not to evaluate your program once it's up and running to determine if it would achieve our goals and better meet the expectations of our residents. But until that time, we respectfully request that HOAs are not pulled into this program. Allow us to continue to, on behalf of our residents, to pick the best programs that will work for us. If yours is better, we want to be there. But if we feel we can do better, and we have a lot of experience, sophistication, and capability within our association, that's why we have so many people with gray hair. They've had some pretty substantial careers and understand these processes quite well. So at the end of the day, we would love to be into your program if it provides a better program than we're able to do ourselves. We're not saying we're not interested. We're just saying, don't pull us in today. That strikes us as being very punitive because we have been an excellent environmental citizen for Broomfield for many, many years in Anthem Ranch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Gallagher.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Gallagher.
Adam Gabetti, Ward 5, McKay Lake. one of the most powerful agencies that I was called in to testify for was the SEC. There's a reason that so much effort is put in to maintain competition. So when we are taking away competition, when we are taking away choice, we actually just heard some pretty fantastic examples. It's the same reason that many on this city council, and frankly, it's something I think many of us agree on, were not very happy when the state was trying to take away some of the decision-making power from local municipalities. This is the same thing, only now it's at the level of HOAs and so on. So, I mean, I question whether this is an optimal priority, given other things that we should be talking about, but this is an important topic. So I think we need to move away from universal waste collection. We need to look to see where are we underserved? Where can the city provide options that could be opted into, that could provide more options, not to force all of us to a single solution, which you go to a single vendor instead of the choice we have now, that rarely goes well. And again, it reduces the ability to experiment. There's a lot of things that residents are doing with composting and recycling and things on their own. So I would ask that we back away from this. If we want to look to how we can better meet our goals, let's look for options that are not going to remove competition and remove the ability to experiment and take away choice and frankly, just add taxes and cost. Let's instead rethink this, get away from false binaries, and look for what we can do to improve more broadly and to provide more options. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. John Ewalt, Pinnacle North. Usually I have my thoughts a little more organized than this, but I just was writing down some things as the first part here was gone over and the hearing the people speak ahead of me. I'm going to deviate a little bit from their opinions. I mean, I know this is an RFP, so there's no decisions being made tonight other than what's actually in the RFP. It should reflect what this council wants to go forward with. Otherwise, you're going to be getting proposals that don't match, that won't make sense in the future. So I would hope that the pay-as-you-throw piece of this can be reevaluated. I think having fewer truck miles on the road, it's a great idea. I think having a potential cheaper solution for the average Broomfield resident, it's a great idea as well. And having a city contracted hauler would be better for the environment. You have fewer emissions. And just looking at what was proposed at the April study session, the second option of just adding a recycling ordinance made more difference than anything else. So to me, it seems like that doing that piece by itself is great. Looking at a city contracted trash hauler would be good as well. It's a win-win-win. And if we get rid of all of the environmental values that get added on this, the pay-as-you-throw and all the other pieces, that the result is going to be the same, but you don't make people feel bad. You're not saying that there's dirty people and there's good people, which is what a lot of these value statements are actually doing. So I did hear something that I thought was great. There's the opt-out fee. It is a punitive fee. Why don't we make the Broomfield city contracted service good enough that it becomes everyone wants to opt into it instead of forcing people to pay to opt out? There are going to be people who are going to opt out and pay that fee just out of spite because they don't like their choice being removed. And that money doesn't go to the city, that goes to the hauler, and it's not providing any benefit to the environment. Where's the benefit in that? I just don't see that. So I hope you remove all of the values pieces of this and compromise, take the easy win, don't shoot for the stars like happened with the gun ordinances, and then most of them didn't pass. Go for the easy thing where we can make compromise. The final decision on this is going to be after an election. The makeup of this council may be different. So it's important that what you're making decisions on now for the RFP is something that the city can live with for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Larry Hardwin. I'm the president of the Red Leaf HOA. Sustainability is important. and HOAs should be allowed to opt out of the single hauler trash initiative. By having the ability to opt out, the Red Leaf HOA and other HOAs will negotiate for service. If the city negotiates a better price than me, it stands to reason the HOA would use the city contract. If any HOA can negotiate a better price than the city, we should figure out why. And the HOA should be allowed to have its own contract. Several HOAs have experience with trash collection. Our experiences should be leveraged by the city to improve trash collection for everyone.
Thank you.
Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic. On reviewing the agenda item for the RFP, I want to make comments because I'm also an HOA resident and I've looked at it rather closely to look at the pros and cons, try to come up with a sense of the issue. I also should tell you I'm a recycling nut. So I like to recycle. I think it's a good thing. It's important. And we want to have a system that works well and works most effectively for our community members and for our environment. In the RFP, it's unclear about the frequency of the trash and recycling, and I understand they would be bundled together. It appears from the April 18th memo, which is 18 pages, quite extensive, that trash would be picked up every week and recycling would be picked up every week. So currently in our neighborhood and in many others that are HOAs and even non-HOAs, trash is picked up every week, but recycling is every other week. So if we then have them both on the same frequency, we're looking at a 33% increase in truck traffic. So we're actually increasing the amount of traffic that we'll have. Now, when individuals then maybe opt out, perhaps they're not having recycling at all. And I haven't seen any data about that for those individuals that are not having recycling. But that's a huge increase in truck traffic, which my understanding was part of the rationale is to protect our streets and not have as much truck traffic. In terms of cost, our HOA is paying $12 a month right now. You don't have to look far to see figures like 35 in Louisville, 40 in Lafayette, 55 in Fort Collins, which is the most recent set of numbers. So that would be a huge price increase. Now, I'm in a smaller household, so I can drop down to a lower trash bin, but I'll still have an increase if I look at a small bin, not the 96-gallon bin. But I worry about people on my block, single moms with multiple children that are going to have a huge cost increase. They also have a huge water increase, over time, especially as they have teenage kids and larger families. So I'm really concerned about the equity related to this kind of an increase. And it's not just for people in the HOAs. I have a friend in Ward 1 who gets services from an outside contractor, and they have that same schedule with the trash every week and the recycling every other week. So I see cost increases for some of those individuals as well. Cost is an issue. Now, if we as an HOA with only 492 homes can get a rate like that, there's clearly some economies that can happen with the other households that are non-HOA households. If you all were to consider recycling districts for a certain size of a portion of the community, that could be an alternative. However, we know that competition is really important, and there are 4 key providers that do this kind of service. So, yeah, 30 seconds, 43.
You're actually going up now. So can you please wrap up, Ms. Billsborough?
I'm out. I've overgone my time. I'm sorry.
You can go ahead and finish your
I could
thought.
tell more, but I understand my time has ended. So I want to just ask for your consideration. I'd love everybody to have a better deal on trash, but I don't want to see these huge increases in the HOAs. I've got it worked out now. So I appreciate your thoughts about opting us out totally. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bosborough. We do have some people on the phone that want to make public comment, so we're going to go over to our. Oh, I'm so sorry. You go ahead. My apologies. You blended in with the light.
It's okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Darla Aarons and I'm in Miramonte. And I have been working in the waste industry for about 25 years now. And I served on ACES, the Advisory Council on Environmental Sustainability, for 3 years. And during my tenure, brought forward the zero waste resolution that council passed in February of 2020, which set a zero waste goal and identified 50% waste diversion from the landfill by 2025 and zero waste by 2035. And it also brought forward the action to write the zero waste plan, which was just finished last year. So all that said, I was kind of changing what I was saying, listening to what I was saying here, but I'm going to go back on track. Universal hauling and waste reduction is not a new goal in Broomfield. We've been talking about this for well over a decade. And these intentions, they're set forth in the 2011 sustainability plan, in the 2016 comprehensive plan, as well as in the 2022 zero waste plan, where in that zero waste plan, universal hauling was identified as the #1 priority for Broomfield to adopt. Experts weighed in through a public stakeholder process. The community and the residents of Broomfield spoke through surveys and community engagement during that time that this is what they want. They want universal hauling with curbside recycling and compost services. They want fewer trash trucks on the streets. They want equitable and affordable services for everyone in our community. And pay as you throw, it's not about feelings. It's a system set up to provide incentives to change behavior. And it's known, it's proven to work. I mean, you can look at any community that's adopted pay as you throw and see the statistics and the real data that it does work to reduce costs and it improves environmental benefits in the community. It has environmental, economic, and social benefits. So under our current trajectory, if we were to continue with the open market hauling system that we have in Broomfield, we will not meet the goals that leadership has set forward in our community. But in order to meet our goals, we need to take bold actions now. And that includes passing resolution 2023-123 to move forward with the RFP to see what kind of pricing we could get through a bundled service. I do want to mention the producer responsibility program since it was mentioned in the staff presentation. So House Bill 22-1355, which is the producer responsibility program for statewide recycling, passed last year, will save local government, including City and County of Broomfield, a lot of money through a reimbursement from the producers. So the producers of packaging and paper products pay dues, and then they use the funds from those dues to reimburse local government for providing recycling services. These communities who are established in their programs, who have their programs set up, who know what their costs are going to be best suited to receive reimbursement first when the program is projected to begin providing reimbursements, which is in 2026. So it's a good move and it supports not only the 3 plans that Broomfield has already passed, which is identified universal hauling and waste reduction as a priority, but it also supports the state legislature that has passed and the benefits that provide economic, environmental, and social benefits by providing convenience standards and lower pricing. It's a win-win for everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Arians. Yes. All right. Anybody else in person before I go to the phones? Okay, seeing none. Next is public comment from individuals joining via phone. And if you're on the phone and you want to be heard, please press *3, state your name and neighborhood for the record. We have 3 people in the queue, starting with Melissa. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, City Manager Hoffman, Mayor Castriata, Pro Tem, and council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak remotely tonight. Tonight, I wanted to touch on the powerful impact of choice. We consciously make that choice to make sustainability the utmost priority in our household and property. We made the choice to go geothermal years ago. We made the choice to power our home, outbuildings, and our property with 52 solar panels throughout. We choose to recycle, compost, and implement water conservation practices throughout. As a surface and mineral rights owners, I didn't have a choice when force pulled. I didn't have the choice when 6 directional lines were forced under my property where current geothermal wells and private water sources were located. I didn't have the choice when nearby neglected legacy wells that were plugged in abandoned wells were leaching volatile organic compounds into nearby soils and water. We didn't have a choice when a local gas pipeline leaked and also leached volatile organic compounds further into soils, all of which needed mitigation and ongoing monitoring. I didn't have a choice to incur the ongoing heavy financial burden of having to privately test our soil, private water sources, which sustains our livelihood here, pre, during, and post stimulation, and the cost to reactively mitigate the changes inflicted upon our land and water. I didn't have a choice when our radon levels spiked to hazardous conditions for the first time in 30 years, mysteriously directly after the flowback phases were completed under our property into our home and water. I didn't have a choice when the irrigation canal periodically floods ours and other nearby properties due to lack of maintenance and poor management, putting our safety and land at risk. If I understand the proposal, if approved correctly, my only choice is to be fined with an opt-out tax or now pay or send my compost to a landfill in Kersey. We work extremely hard to compost on a larger scale, which goes directly back into our land here to locally benefit our crops, apiculture, agriculture, and horticulture, which contains over 700 well-established trees, shrubs, and pollinators on our property here in Broomfield, most planted in concert with local Colorado conservation programs over the last 40 years. We even pick up expired produce from a local grocery store and materials from a local coffee shop that would otherwise just get thrown away to add to our composting efforts on our A1 property here as well. This mandate would force us to send our compost out of the county or incur a tax opt-out fee if implemented and will no longer benefit us or you. As you are aware, trees take in and store carbon dioxide from the air, which is the most important greenhouse gas driving climate change. I would love to see more efforts than we are currently doing today that would go into partnering with state tree and shrub seedling conservation programs while creating more education and awareness into the importance of composting so the impact can stay in Broomfield for us all to further benefit for generations to come. Lastly, but of no less importance, I urge you to consider the cost impact this potentially could impose while taking a household's right to choose. Even a minimal impact to the already further inflated utility increases to residents and fixed income seniors can be detrimental at a time when every penny counts. I know I'm just one, but I wanted to show you one example why this universal program may not be universal for all. I'm trying my best to honor this symbiotic relationship with preserving this land and protecting our environment, but we are merely trying to stay afloat as each choice gets taken away. People may surprise you by doing the right thing when not forced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Sarah. Sarah, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, am I up?
Yes, you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
can.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Sarah Taylor. I live in First Filing. I'm very much in favor of single hauler at least in my neighborhood. Mostly, I just want to say that tonight's proposal is simply to gather information. More information in this case, it will help everyone feel better about having it go forward, which I believe is inevitable. After the last lady's presentation, you might want to consider a process for opting out for people who are, in fact, as she said, doing the right thing, though I think she's optimistic about how many people will actually do the right thing if they're not forced, considering all the recycling that goes into the trash into my alley. But anyway, it's an RFP. It's not clear to me why council has to approve an RFP rather than it just being a staff function, but I think you should do it, get more information, present it to the people. Also, I'd like to thank someone who made the online presentation much easier to see, but I would like to point out that finding the phone number to call in is now nearly impossible when it used to be on the same screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that, okay, next we have Casey. Casey, you're on and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Casey and I live in Harvest Station in Ward 1, and I am in support of moving forward with this RFP. While choice can be important, many individual citizens lack negotiating power. When negotiating as a city or county, we can get much better rates than most people can get on their own. As we've heard from the HOAs, negotiating as an HOA can get much better rates than most individuals can. And it will be great to see the power of the entire city and county, what negotiating rates we can have, and the power we can have on behalf of the citizens to make sure they have good service. It will also be great to see reduced wear and tear on the roads, which will save tax money on fixing potholes, will increase safety, and will reduce the environmental impact of having to fix potholes or of ruining people's tires and cars driving on rough roads. So I'm in support of this measure, and especially even some areas can't currently opt into recycling and don't have that option, such as at my apartment complex. So it's great to see those options being offered to everyone in the city and county. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's all of our phone callers. So questions from City Council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from Council? Councilmember Hinkle and Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for everyone who spoke tonight. I have some questions. Can we clarify for Ms. Roxy if we have a choice over a bin? Sorry.
What was that? I just heard a weird noise too.
I heard a noise. That was really weird. Oh. For the audience member who asked about if they would not have a choice over their bin or not.
Councilmember Hinkle, I believe, just to make sure I understand the question, is whether or not residents will have the choice of what bin size if council moves forward with this process. The residents will have the choice to choose the bin size. There will be set different sizes of gallons, and then the resident will have the choice to choose what best fits their household waste. And I'm looking at Allison and Garrett really quickly. I believe the recycling bin will be the same size for everybody, though. Is that correct, or will that change too?
That's to be determined.
To be determined. Okay, but the resident will have the choice on the waste bin.
Okay, thank you. And then can you describe to me, another audience member had mentioned the fact that this might affect taxes. So how does this affect taxes? Does this lower us in taxes on having to not pave the roads as much? How does this affect people's taxes?
We would not anticipate a direct impact on people's taxes, but in terms of the use of revenue that's incoming, if we're spending less on fixing the roads, then that's revenue that becomes available for other things.
Okay, thank you. And then I was wondering too, if we could, in the RFP, sorry, if we could request what it looks like to have the HOAs included or not included. I'm wondering if we can incorporate that, because right now it's difficult to say if we want to include HOAs or not, because we don't know what the price could include. I will say that I had an HOA president say that they could not negotiate good contracting services for compost. So they're actually very excited as an HOA to move forward with this. So, but I'm just curious as to what that might look like.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Hinkle. From the procurement perspective, we can do either. The key is that we just need direction from council tonight so that we can make sure it's accurate when we go out for the request for proposals for the integrity of the process and so that the haulers know what they're bidding on. There's one thing I do want to clarify is, so in regards to the HOA conversation, as I mentioned during the presentation, there's two parts to this, right? So there is the citywide residential contract for hauling, and then there's the community-wide recycling and compost ordinance. Back in April, council gave direction for us to proceed with both and that they would coincide implementation at the same time. So if we went back to that timeline, I said, I think it's February through April of 2024 when we bring forward first reading of that ordinance and then the resolution to approve the contract pending the RFP if we get direction to proceed tonight. One of the things I think that is very confusing and hard to articulate, so I'm going to try to articulate it in a very clear way, is the two pieces that I think are causing some hiccups, couple is the opt-out fee and the pay-as-you-throw model. That would be part of the recycling and compost ordinance. So one of the important things I think as decision makers to understand is we can't, right now we're comparing apples to oranges because the current state is very different than what the future state will be with the recycling and compost ordinance. So there will be different standards that haulers have to live up to, whether it's in a contract with the city or whether it's in a contract with an HOA or with a resident because of the recycling and compost ordinance. So there's some impact there that we can't quantify at this point in time that makes this conversation a little bit tricky, right? We don't have those pieces, but the landscape will look different in regards to HOA negotiations and individual negotiations once the recycling and compost ordinance passes. So that's one piece, right? Those pieces are tied to that ordinance. Then the second piece is around the universal citywide contracting. Those two pieces really are just whether or not HOAs are included, and then the organic waste conversation. So right now, the HOAs are included, and that would be in the ordinance as well as in the citywide contract. The opt-out fee applies to the citywide contract. And then compost and recyclable pay-as-you-throw would be in both. Does that make there's two different conversations, right? So council will be approving that ordinance in April while in conjunction with the contract if you decide to proceed tonight.
Okay, so it sounds like there's no really way to kind of untwine those two things. It would be two different bids, is that?
Yeah, and we can put it in there, like I said, so 30% so in the total parcels, and Anna, I'm sure is in the back somewhere, but we have around 22,000 parcels in Broomfield. And we estimate about 7,000 of those parcels are in HOAs with a single contractor, which is about 30%, right? So the number when we talk about bulk pricing and negotiations with HOAs would be 30% less of our parcels in that negotiation if HOAs are exempt. We can include that in the RFP if that's council's direction tonight for pricing, and then bring that back when we bring the contract forward for council's decision.
Okay, yeah, it just seems like there's a lot of unknowns around HOAs. I would appreciate that. And then one of our residents too emailed us and said, asked us about how many years are we doing the RFP to make sure we maintain competition? What does that look like? And then would we be promoting a local regional hauler over a national hauler service?
Thank you, Councilmember Hinkle. And I don't see finance here, but Courtney and Allison, please jump in. We'll use the same process that we use for all RFPs. And there's some of those terms and conditions and best practices already built into that process that we've used year over year to make sure that we're going out and doing all those things that you just mentioned, and best pricing, looking at service level, are they meeting expectations? So those would be all part of the standard RFP process. And there was a second part to your question.
So going back to the first process though, how many in between how many years can we keep that competition going?
Yeah.
Do we just not have an answer yet? We could have an answer later.
We're looking at an initial 3-year contract with 2 annual renewal possibilities, which is a little bit on the shorter side to what many municipalities are doing, but is a more measured and cautious approach the first time around, and understanding that lots of things are changing at the state level and with composting and organics collection over the next few years.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, and then the second question I had was, this is from Daryl, writing into us, asking us if we would elevate, what does that sort of matrix look like? I used to be a teacher, right? You had this sort of matrix that you would measure things against. And I know we have our own RFP process. I'm assuming that we would elevate local regional haulers over a national hauler service.
The matrix has a few different kinds of criterias and each have a weighting assigned and some elements underneath. We can't talk about those too freely yet. It's still in motion and it's part of the RFP process. It will be clear to the haulers when they're putting together their bids. And the typical things are experience, pricing, value for money, value-added innovation, how we, in terms of sustainability, things added there. And in terms of a specific ability to judge on whether it's local or national, that is one factor that would be evaluated in the context of all of the other factors that are pulled together. Our procurement team does a great job of helping create tools that help the assessors to have a standardized approach and understand what they're evaluating and how to read and draw out the things from the proposals against those criteria. So it's a whole, it doesn't come down to just one or two, and it becomes difficult to say exactly how a particular question like that can get factored into the decision making, but it does get pulled in as part of the process.
Okay, yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then last question, are we looking to see if they are part of a labor union?
I'm not sure.
Okay,
We
we can follow up with that one. Okay, thank you. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on the guidance you received in your research. Thank you for all the work you've done. My understanding is quite a few of our neighboring cities already have universal hauling contracts. Lafayette, I think the most recent, some others, and most recent, I assume, is Fort Collins. So I assume you talked to all those, correct? And I'm curious in terms of what you gained from them. And I was looking at Fort Collins, where there says homeowner associations with written contracts for trash and recycling service that are in effect before the city contract is signed can apply for an exemption from the contract or can opt in. And the city will verify the contracts to see if they comply with some requirements. So was there any discussion about that option, or whether there was is there a way to means test basically HOA contracts to either comply or at least come up to the same level when they renew, or anything of that nature? And what the pros and cons were.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Cohen. I'll provide a brief summary, then I'll pass it to Allison. With Fort Collins, for example, and this is how we know that haulers are able to kind of work with the squishiness of these contracts, because they said, we have this many HOAs and we don't know if they're going to be included or not. And they were able to still come up with a contract. So it's just, again, getting clear direction so that we can capture that within the RFP. But what we have learned is that the haulers are able to adapt and be able to work through those challenges or those gray lines or gray areas. And then in regards to HOAs, I'll let Allison speak specifically about Fort Collins, but we did reach out to Arvada, Boulder, Fort Collins, Golden, Lafayette, Louisville, and Westminster. And we learned mostly, I think from those conversations, we learned lessons learned and what not to do from their perspective. It was an advantage of not being at the forefront of this. Sometimes we are at the beginning, and this time we got to take some lessons from others. But a lot of the feedback that we did receive, which is why staff recommended it back in April, was to include HOAs, because a lot of them are now trying to do it on the back end because they do want in, there is negotiating power. The recycling and contracting ordinance did change their pricing that was different than what they were used to. And it has turned to be an administrative nightmare on the back end. And so that was where that was part of the reason for the staff recommendation. And then Allison, if you can speak to what Fort Collins is doing.
In that specific provision that you mentioned where Fort Collins has the ordinance, well, HOAs can opt out providing they contract to the same specifications using the volume-based pricing, bundled recycling, et cetera. They had to hire staff to do the compliance and enforcement. So they added, it was 1.5, maybe 2 FTE. just to work with the HOAs and reviewing HOA contracts, figuring out who is in compliance with the ordinance and who wasn't. We didn't explore that road because our understanding was to create this program without in a minimal impact to the city and county organization, knowing the budget constraints that we're under the next few years, being good stewards of dollars, not having to bring people on to do that kind of contract review.
So the recommendation was if we want to provide some leeway for certain HOAs that may be more advanced than others in their contracts, there's a cost,
Yes.
right? Now, we could measure that against the cost potentially saved. Fort Collins, I think, estimated they'll save over $600,000 in street maintenance, which could be shifted, correct? So that could be something we could take into consideration. Potentially, okay. And I also wanted just to know, I believe Fort Collins mandated there was 5 different carts. And they also mandated yard trimmings and a variety of, I don't know if we included yard trimmings in that requirement.
Yes, Fort Collins was very detailed and more prescriptive in their RFP, and they have different options. They do have a lot of different carts. And so we're taking an open-ended approach to see what comes back. Because some haulers are able to meet that kind of wide array of carts and others aren't. They don't have trucks that can carry the biggest ones or the smallest ones. And so to keep the floor as wide as we can for the proposals coming in, we have not made that so specifically set in ordinance or in the RFP itself.
Do we think we would receive that? I mean, the advantage of that, obviously, like in Fort Collins, like their prices varied from an extra small 16 gallons of $11 up to extra large, which is 295 gallon carts. That's 109. So it's a huge variety, obviously, to reflect the variety of households and needs. It strikes me as that would be beneficial if we're trying to reflect the differences in the community. And the only other question I had unrelated to the RFPs in terms of, I don't know if you had any projections in terms of pricing. I think tipping fees have been going up substantially in the last couple of years. Is there any anticipation that when HOA's contracts come up, they likely will see a large increase? Do you have any projections in terms of where, I know our waste costs have gone up, so we're still below the national average in terms of municipal waste, but we do have any projections in the years ahead?
I don't have those projections in my back pocket. There's a lot of other stuff in my back pocket today, but not that. And I don't want to wade into guessing on that. So we would have to come back to you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall-Shin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. I sent an email to staff and I appreciate your responses earlier. I just wanted to, for residents, some of the concerns we've heard, or I've heard on from emails and different conversations is things such as customer service issues that, taking away the choice, quote unquote, prohibits people from changing, which isn't actually as easy as you think, but if there's customer service issues. So are those type of things, customer service, extra bags, if somebody has a smaller cart, that kind of thing, is that things that are gonna be built into the RFP, or is that something more into the contract negotiations in the back end?
Those kind of extras that help provide that next level, Broomfield level customer service and customization are included in the RFP. That's our vision for it. It's again, less specified and more saying, this is what we would like to be able to offer. What do you propose to us? So we are asking for options out of the norm, what kind of variances they would propose, discounts, what kind of discounts they're able to offer, along those lines that help us evaluate beyond what it's going to cost for a small cart and a medium cart and a large cart. How can this best meet the needs of our residents?
Thank you. And as the gentleman from Anthem mentioned, the plastic recycling, is that something that we've considered including in this? I know I personally contract with Ridwell for plastic recycling, plastic bag recycling, which is an add-on to my trash service, which is non-HOA and which increases regularly every few months. Is that something we've considered adding on? I know EcoCycle produces, you can take it to Boulder to drop it off, but
So just to clarify, if you're talking about plastics that are outside
the
the
plastic
right,
bags.
like plastic bags,
Yeah.
things that are.
Yeah.
That hasn't been envisioned as part of it. It's not to say they won't come back if they want to augment a proposal. That's welcome, but at the moment, the proposal, the RFP is focused on the standard recyclables that are accepted at most recycling centers and materials recovery facilities in the area.
Okay, thank you. Composting are we envisioning that it's going to be included or add-on?
Yes.
Okay. And if it comes back as an included, will there be an ability to potentially like opt out agricultural areas with a no fee? Is that something that we could look at? Like our caller mentioned that, they live in agriculture area, they use all their own, so.
Okay, let me back up to your first question and answer it, not with a joke. Sorry about that. Our understanding of the direction from the April study session was that council's preference was that there would be access to composting services bundled with trash and recycling for all our residents, and that we were to explore that through the RFP process. Council also expressed an understanding that things are changing in the composting ecosystem, for lack of a better word, regionally, and that might have an impact on price that would make the whole program unfavorable or undesirable. So we are exploring multiple options through the RFP, including bundled full organics collection, including yard trimmings only, as an opt-out service. So part of that regular universal collection where you would have to opt out if you don't want it. And then we're also asking for proposals that cover a sort of subscription-based opt-in compost service. So if it becomes unfeasible to include composting for everyone, we can at least extend it to those who are ready and who would like access to that bulk purchasing power.
Okay.
Does that better answer?
Perfect. Yes, thank you. On the producer responsibility bill, it was mentioned that are those funds gonna be reimbursed to us directly, the city and county of Broomfield, if we have a program, or do those go to the individual residents, or do we not know yet?
My understanding as of now is that it would not go to the residents, that reimbursement would come to the city. But there is also an option that recycling services could be provided directly by the producer responsibility organization, the PRO. So if we did not have a citywide contract for recycling, that's how those services would be delivered. The PRO would be the one to put out an RFP and decide who would provide the recycling services for our residents. So the residents will not get reimbursed directly, but will have access to
So
services.
assuming we have a single recycling contract at that time, do we then, is the thought that then we would reimburse the residents, we would give them a rebate, or would it be used to offset the cost to lower the cost of the contract? How would that get back to the residents?
Councilmember Marshallson, we appreciate the questions and we're actively working. In fact, we love having Darla here who works with this program. We don't have the answers tonight. So it's something that we're actively monitoring and we will, hopefully by April, some more of that will be refined from the state. And then we can figure out what's the best interest in Broomfield in that regard, regarding if it reduces payment for this residents or whatever. As Allison mentioned, with the changing landscape, this decision tonight really gets us to that next step so that we can do more exploratory work on both of those fronts to see how it will shape out in Broomfield if applied. So unfortunately, we don't have the answer tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On the HOAs, if we allow them to opt out, provided that they maintain the same level of service, when will they have to renegotiate those services after? Can they finish out their current contracts after we pass the recycling ordinance, or do they have to immediately renegotiate?
Again, a great question that staff will have to explore once we have direction tonight and figure out how best to do that pending the direction. We haven't anticipated every pathway, but after we have direction tonight, we'll have more finite answers on that.
Thank you. And do we have any idea of the rate of other municipalities of people who opt out? and maybe like, I know Arvada is fairly new. Do we have rates like first year, fifth year type of?
I don't have detail to the level of when and how the rates are moving over time. I'm going to ask Garrett to retrieve the Arvada rate while I answer the first part of the question. What we know is that cities who have an opt-out fee that is equal around about to the smallest cart level of service have about a 95 to 97% participation rate. When there is no opt-out fee or the fee is much less significant, the opt-out rate is a lot higher. And so then there aren't participation levels at the level required to meet some of the diversion goals. And do you have that specific number for Arvada? I don't want to misquote them. What we do know from our colleagues in Arvada is their opt-out fee was much less than the smallest cart service. And they have a much higher percentage of people opting out than what we see in other surrounding communities.
Okay, thank you. Along that line, the question, not along that line, I changed the question, sorry, to spaced out what I was gonna say. We had mentioned, resident mentioned the contract they were getting was $12 a month, which is significantly lower than what we've been given as estimates. Do we know how an HOA can get that low of a price when Broomfield as a 80,000 people wouldn't be able to estimated? As one of they mentioned, like if Broomfield should be able to get a better rate, I guess is the question.
Absolutely. So Councilmember Marshall, this is one of the challenges. The rates that we're providing are with the anticipated changes under the recycling and composting ordinance, which includes pay as you throw or volume-based pricing, which is just different than what is being negotiated right now. So maybe one of the reasons is that we couldn't speculate all of the reasons, but those are based again, like on this is an apples to orange conversation. So they're based on the current terms, which will change very much once the recycling and compost ordinance is passed in April of next year.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more question, then a comment. The rates that the residents will pay, are they going to be paid directly to the haulers? They're going to come through the utility bill? How are we anticipating that working?
Let me make sure I understood the question. How will the billing be processed?
Yes, yeah.
So the RFP is currently, we're being very thoughtful in CCOB resources and staffing and funding. And so right now our plan is for that to be managed by the hauler.
And the opt-out fee would come through the hauler too, or would it come through us?
I think that that's a piece that we would do in the negotiations with the contractor once we're able to talk about what those prices would be.
Okay. And then just one final thought. Ms. Taylor spoke on the phone that this is odd that council is dealing with an RFP in this detail, and I agree with that. Specifics of RFPs is something that staff, I think, would generally do. It's really our job to set the overall policies on the RFPs and let staff handle that. This one, however, of course, is such a public facing and public impact one that I appreciate you bringing it to us. One thing section 2 of the resolution states after the provide an update on the process and request direction from council as applicable. What I'm going to ask, and I asked Ms. Rogers if I need to do this as a amendment, but what I'm going to ask is that given how public facing this is it possible to get a staff update on these post RFP submittals prior to contract negotiations rather than just at the very end?
It is possible. There might not be information that we would share because they're potentially ongoing negotiations in a public meeting, but we can provide updates to council and we'd let you know when we're sharing information that we wouldn't want you to share with the other side of that potential
Like
negotiation.
an executive session, something like contract.
Could be, or an email from me.
I guess my
protecting
thought
it
is
by
along
privilege.
Councilmember Hinkle's comments on hiring practices and such. So.
Yes, and if I could also just encourage council to have this discussion on the policy decision, because there is a point, I mean, we're having this discussion now, but there is a point when we're getting beyond policy and concept and getting really in the weeds. And now we're involving, I mean, there's multiple staff members working on this and now we're involving
policymakers, which has value, but there's got to be a line.
I understand that.
Thank you.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I really just have one question. Most of Ward 2 is predominantly apartments and higher density condos that do not fall within this RFP. Is there anything in this RFP that precludes them from joining the city and county of Broomfield's contract if they determine that's better for them?
They cannot join the full contracted services. The state law precludes that. Okay, just. But what we are doing is we're asking for the haulers to indicate what it would cost for them to provide recycling services. Not door to door at the apartments, but the sort of dumpster size recycling so that those who don't have that as an option now could have it. And there could be cost savings seen by doing that more in bulk from the haulers to the larger apartment complexes. So it's a small option, but it's what we're able to do in the context of this RFP.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Most of my questions have been asked, and a lot of my concern is with the opt-out fee for the individual. So an individual opted out, I'm just assuming they would have to just figure out how to remove their own trash from their house.
That is correct. They would just manage a single
Right.
contract like they do now.
So, and it's my understanding that the reason to have an opt-out fee seems to be to increase participation. That's what I'm hearing. And do you have any idea what the percentage? You said that there's less participation when there's not an opt-out fee. Do you have any idea what the decreased percentage is? 'Cause I can't imagine people it would opt out, and I can't believe there'd be a lot of people that would be opting out to this so they could haul their own trash to the, to a dumpster somewhere. It seems like that's unlikely to me, but I'm curious what you've seen.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and we were able to find those numbers. So taking Arvada out, looking at the rest, opt out where they have an opt out fee that's equivalent to at least the lowest cost. The opt out is less, there's 3% or less the opt out. In the Arvada situation, 40% opt out, and that's because the fee is so low that it doesn't incentivize folks to stay in the program.
So in Arvada, 40% of the people have opted to haul their own trash to the landfill? Is that what you're saying?
They contract somebody else to dispose of their waste.
Well, I guess that's the question. I mean, when you say contract someone else, they can't have someone, I mean, would an individual be allowed to contract with an actual hauler to come down to the streets?
They could, yes.
Really?
That's exactly what Arvada does. So people aren't putting the trash in their car and driving somewhere.
Okay. Right.
It's essentially what happens right now, aside from the HOA, is the individual's contract. So that's why you have streets that have Western disposal, and then you'll see another truck and another truck and another truck. So essentially it's what's happening right now.
Okay. Is that something that was going to be discussed? I mean, because that's not part of the RFP, right?
The opt-out fee is part of that process, which is
And
what
who gets that?
incentivizes
And who gets
folks.
that fee?
I'm sorry.
Who gets that fee?
That's a piece that we have to figure out later. It's in negotiations with the contractor once we have the proposal.
Yeah, I don't see why the hauler would be entitled to that fee. This doesn't make, they're not doing anything. So, I mean, I guess I'm confused or concerned about the fee, first of all, but now I'm confused about allowing anyone to actually contract. If we go through this, I think the opting out certainly allows, it doesn't accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. Probably makes it even worse.
And we're required by law to have the opt-out fee. So that's
Okay.
the reason for it, or to have an opt-out option.
Okay.
I should say, let me clarify that. To have an opt-out option.
And an
then-
option beyond just hauling it yourself, an option to allow someone to contract with Waste Management to come just for one house, which I can't imagine would be cost effective for anybody, but that's what we're required to do that though,
We require you to hire somebody to take your trash away
not to allow that.
from a city.
No, we're required to allow an individual to contract with Waste Management if they pay the opt-out fee.
Yes,
We can't say that you can opt out, but you have to do it yourself.
yes.
No, no.
Right.
So legally, you have to have the ability for a resident to say, I don't want to participate. The question is, how much does it cost for that resident to say, I don't want to participate?
Got it. Okay, well,
The ability to say, I don't want to participate.
and have the right to contract with somebody else.
Correct.
Two parts of that. Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I am going to start with some questions that I had sent in earlier to our staff, just to kind of help with this discussion. And so just like, taking a step beyond where we're at right now, whatever our decision is going forward, what are our next decision points following this RFP? And how often do we expect city council to review the contracts over the next 5 to 10 years? And can we change the requirement to exclude HOAs in the future at a time when the contract is up for renewal? So if we started on this process, so basically if we started on this process and the HOAs are still allowed to be excluded up until 2028, 2029 is when they're coming in. And then we look at this program, we see what the benefit we have, can we then at that point in time decide to exclude them?
Legal to make sure this answer is right. So it would be captured in an ordinance. And so if council decided to exclude HOAs in the future, we would follow normal process of an ordinance for first and second reading for council's review and approval to change those parameters in the code.
Okay, so we can do that. And then also, I think our attorney might have an answer to this one about the decision points for the RFP. Like, once we get this in place, is it going to be, we'll review it in a couple of years and review it a couple of years later, or review it once and then just let it go? That's up for us to determine, right?
Yeah, and I believe, I'm looking at Allison to correct me, but I believe the way it's currently written is that it's initial 3-year term with two options for 2-year renewals. And I think, as Allison mentioned earlier, we went on the cautious side so that, knowing that this is new, there's a changing landscape, there's a lot going on. We didn't want to make it too long, that we'd be able to come back and have those conversations.
Okay, thank you. So the first one is 3 years starting in 2025. So we're basically looking at this when we go for the RFP. And this is coming around to the question of excluding HOAs. We go for this first RFP, we're talking about 2025 to 2027, kind of asking the haulers to do all of Broomfield potentially, but yet 33% of Broomfield could be excluded. So we need to kind of clarify, what are they really quoting? Because they're not really getting the HOAs yet. And that's where that, kind of like that decision goes down the road if we were to try to go for all of the city.
And Councilmember Anderson, we would add that from the Fort Collins model, as well as the other jurisdictions that have done this, that's that squishy area that the haulers seem very comfortable at negotiating and figuring out how to do this smoothly, with those numbers not being set and knowing that there would be a roll in over those 3 years from implementation to that date.
So even though they would be quoting an amount for only getting 67%, not the rest of the other 33%, knowing that they might not get their renewal. Okay. Yeah, that part makes me a little nervous, because we're asking them to quote not an exact piece there. Okay. We have HOAs that have been offering single hauler service for many years, since when those communities were first constructed. Have we seen anything regarding the roads, like where they're requiring less maintenance because they only have our HOAs? There is no opt out. We have, by nature going into the HOA, we have opted in, like we cannot opt out. So we, in Anthem, Red Leaf, other communities, we only have a single hauler, trash every week, recycling every other week. So there's never been more than one truck down the road. Have we seen a difference? Or is it too hard to compare because some communities are older?
We have very general data, but
not
specific.
I mean, again, so those data points haven't been plugged in for the decision making. So, I mean, again, it's anecdotal, the number of trucks that are on the street, not just trash trucks, right? But overall, a weight of a vehicle, we can compartmentalize to figure out if you have 5 of those versus 15 of those, that's what's going to generate that cost savings. Do we, I mean, can we zero in and say trash trucks? I live in Crofton Park. Are our roads better or worse? It's hard to compare, right? Because we're 2004 versus 2002 versus 1967 versus there's too many variables. What we do know anecdotally is the less heavy traffic on your roads, the longer your roads last. But to be able to have a correlation for universal hauling, it would be very difficult.
But there's a formula
Yes.
that one trash truck equals how many cars?
It's the weight.
Right.
If I can find that.
I remember hearing it was like 1,000 or I don't know, but it was a ridiculous amount of disparity in what each of these trucks do in terms of road damage. You remember, Ken?
Good evening, Ken Rutt, Director of Public Works. Yeah, we are estimating between 630 to 1,000 car trips per garbage truck trip.
Say that again?
630 to 1,000 car trips for every trash truck trip. So like every
Okay.
time a trash truck comes down, it's like 630 vehicles to 1,000 vehicles went down your road.
That's the number. Thank you, Mr. Rutt.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I guess it depends on if it's a well-used road outside of that. So maybe it is difficult to compare, but hopefully we're seeing less road damage on the HOA roads. Okay, so why, I have a clarification question here on the pay-as-you-throw. Because we started talking about a substantial difference in cost. Kind of part of it is to try to drive people to get the smaller bin and use less. But my understanding is the trash haulers are really, their biggest cost is making sure they have every house, not skipping homes. So why is it such a significant difference in the cost? Is that just to try to encourage people to get the smaller garbage can? Or like, who's getting that money, that extra, if you're charging 20, 30 bucks more a month for the bigger garbage can? Who's getting that money?
I don't think I can answer specifically exactly what's behind the differences. In terms of the pay-as-you-throw volume-based pricing, really it is the less you're putting into the landfill stream, the less you pay. And there is a cost multiplier added. And that isn't set by the hauler. There's a base, the hauler provides the base cost, and there's a formula that calculates what the larger bins will cost. And so and it is about making it more expensive to put more into the landfill and cheaper to recycle more and compost more. And it's not, the fees, the contract is with the hauler, that's where the fees go.
So I guess maybe a different way to ask it would be, with the thought of trying to make it more expensive to put the waste in a landfill, is this sort of providing a subsidy to if it's not going to the waste hauler, maybe it's more of a subsidy to the individuals who are taking the smaller garbage can, maybe, okay. All right, that's helpful. And then so here's the part that I'm really struggling with. And I know this is how our family operates. We take the 96 gallon can, we've heard comments about this, because if I ever have a lot of garbage, I have the capacity. We throw one bag of garbage away on most weeks. So is there another way to do this instead of saying you have to have that smaller trash can? I love to pull like 3 different trash cans, pull out the one I need that week so I can have the smaller size, but that's ridiculous. So is there any other option where they weigh the trash can as you're dumping it and or is that just too convoluted to?
You think?
I'm just saying.
Oh my God.
I think Councilmember Anderson, the basic answers would be much more expensive to get into that level of putting the responsibility back on the hauler. And it's not the model or research that we've done for tonight's conversation. So I don't have a specific answer.
Okay, so we haven't heard of anybody offering any type of by the weight. Okay, that is helpful, although I do like the 3 garbage cans. Okay, I think that's all my questions. I just want to make a quick comment because I'm really, I mean, we're hearing from HOAs in Ward 4. What I understand from multiple HOAs I've talked to in Ward 4, we're paying $12 to $16 per month for that trash and every other week recycling. So I really want to look at that component of taking that 33% of the communities in HOA and opting them out so that we can move forward with the communities that really need this, that don't yet have the services we've been benefiting from. So that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you,
It's a lot of
Councilmember
time,
Lim.
so it's really-
Yes, I had one question, I think that was asked by a resident that I think was addressed in the memo, but I wanted to make sure. So the a resident said that, you know, there would be people who would not need weekly recycling. They could only need bi-weekly recycling, and then that might create more unnecessary truck traffic if they only needed bi-weekly recycling. So it's my understanding from reading the memo that the RFP is going to price both weekly and bi-weekly recycling. Is that true? Okay.
And Councilmember Lim, if I could just add around the truck traffic and that conversation, because I also heard it in some of the residents' comments. We are looking at overall truck traffic, right, and reduction. So not just in an HOA, not that myopic view, but as a community, the truck traffic would decrease. So that's where that statement is coming from.
Okay, thank you. Also, I had the opportunity with being assigned to ACES to hear some conversation in the early stages for a long time on the multifamily situation. So did you say that the multifamily units are not allowed to opt in to the city contract according to state law? Is that what you're saying?
Right. So right now we're only focused on residential. That is correct, which is for what we can have included in this program would be 7 units or less. And so they will be included in the residential. 8 or more, we'll bring back in a future conversation to look at waste reduction strategies for 8 or more businesses. But they're not part of this specific program.
Okay. Okay, that isn't quite what I remember from our ACES conversation, but okay. I think those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
Thanks, Mayor. Some great questions from my colleagues. Many of my questions have been asked, but I still have more questions. So the next steps and decision-making, this is just to clarify this process. So we're looking at a public RFP, but it sounds like the RFP responses will not become public. That's correct. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. So the whole pay-as-you-throw piece. So it sounds like that what we're hoping to have is more choices and options for folks to pick the size of container that they would like. However, they're not going to be disincentivized or incentivized to get a lower trash container, other than the fact that it costs less because it's less pounded, less weight, less tonnage of garbage that they're putting into the landfill. So we aren't conditioning people to get a smaller container. It's just if they have that little of waste to dispose of every week, then that would be the container that they would purchase. Is that correct?
That's correct. And it would be incentivized by the lower cost for a smaller bin.
Okay, all right. So with the HOAs right now, I think many of them that I've talked to, they all have a standard 96-gallon container. I would look at that and say, my assumption is that's a cheaper way to go for the management company to have all the same container sizes versus having everybody have a different container size, and then the billing looks different across the board as opposed to just doing that. I wonder though, from the waste hauler's point of view, if having just the standard container size makes it cheaper for them as well, thus it would be cheaper for the customers. So I don't know if you have an answer on that.
I don't have an answer and I'm looking at staff. I don't know that we could ask that. I think the big point though is if we go that route, the goal of this is to reduce waste and waste diversion. And so that's why the smaller is to incentivize people moving things into recycling or reusing and away from the landfills. And that's kind of where the bins help, not only incentivize by price, but then that's the bins that they have. So that's not something that we've explored. So I couldn't answer that question on whether it would lower the cost if we did uniform borne bins across the community.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and I guess, so what I hear you saying is a couple things. So one of them is by having the different sizes of containers, it incentivizes people to select a smaller container to save money. However, I look at it and I say, people are going to contribute as much waste as they do, right? And it's going to be a personal view, whether or not how much they're going to divert, right? And so, you know, I have a 32-gallon trash can because I don't produce that much waste, and I still don't even fill that on a weekly basis. And so I've continued to divert as much as I can outside of that. But I think that somebody that has a 96-gallon, they're going to have the amount of waste that they have. And so they aren't necessarily going to be incentivized to get a smaller container. So I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is it an incentive to get a smaller container, or is it just cheaper for that individual to get that smaller container because that's all they produce?
Yeah, and I'll let Allison add to this, but one other thing is change of behavior, right? And so another component would be the education and outreach, because maybe a lot of that waste that is in your 96-gallon shouldn't be in there. It could be in a recycling bin that could be reused and recycled. And there's an education or awareness outreach piece to that would hopefully change some of those consumerism behaviors as well. But I don't know, Allison, if you would add.
I have a couple of things to add. Behavior change is really complex, right? And some people are motivated by the cost of a service and other people are motivated for different reasons. And it's a combination of factors. As Danae was just saying, it's being able to pay less for a smaller bin, but also having the recycling bin. Because for households and communities that don't even have that access to recycling right now, they're throwing away a lot. They need a big bin because it's not an option. But the communities that have done this over and over across the country for a long time, basically the evidence shows that you combine, if it's more costly to throw away more and you have what appears to be free recycling to you, you're more likely to take advantage of that. So those two things together with the foundation of education and outreach and engagement, ranging from the stickers that, that you might have on a bin or a thing you can put on your cabinet to say what is recyclable, what the schedule is, at the sort of passive end of the spectrum through more community campaigns and relational programs, which we do see as an important part of the success of this. So it's not just about the bins and what you're paying for them. It's about putting together a suite of policies and programs and support that help everyone to be recycling and composting more and finding that how do they figure out what size bins they need and that it might shift over time. And eventually, as people see they're only filling up their trash cart halfway month after month, then they're going to say, well, why don't I get the smaller cart? And then they don't have the option. It's not as easy to throw away as much. You have to kind of plan ahead for it. And there are options. If you have more trash that can fit in your cart, it's not going to end up on the street. But does that help explain the nuance a little bit?
I think it does.
Okay.
I mean, I look at our current trash haulers that we have. I know that one of them offers volume-based pricing, so different sizes of carts. I know at least two others that do not offer different sizes of carts. They just provide a 96-gallon cart. And that's it. So I'm curious in terms of that pricing and why they do that, right? Is it come down to costs? Does it come down to efficiencies? Is it because they don't care about how much people throw away? That's a piece that I'm still struggling with. Is at the end of the day, I think that, what I'm hearing from residents is we want fewer trucks on the road and we want to save money. And I hope that we can do that.
Noted.
Okay.
And we can answer your question tonight. So we'll make a note of that, Councilmember Schaff, and try to make sure it's included when we, if we have direction to proceed tonight, that's included when we do have these cost numbers in April.
Okay. I think that for me, and I've heard this from residents, composting, I think it would be a great to have if we can get curbside composting. But again, it comes down to cost and how much that's going to be. I don't think it should be mandatory at this point if the cost doesn't work out, but it would be great to know what that number is from those waste hauler bidders. And then I just wanted to ask staff this question. So the RFP goes out tonight. Do we have to, when these responses come back from the RFP, do we have to move forward with one of these responses, or can we just say, no, we don't want to do this at all?
You can absolutely say no.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Sure, thank you. I actually have some questions for some of our resident experts and HOA hauler contracting leaders. And I'd like to start with Ms. Arians, who was our original ACES chair. Could you please come to the podium? I wanted to ask, because I saw you motion for clarification on the multifamily laws and how we can include or exclude them from these single hauler city contracts.
Thank you, Mayor Castronada, for the opportunity to clarify. What I have seen in other communities, for example, in the city of Boulder, when they passed their universal zero waste ordinance, was that they were able to require MFUs to participate in the recycling scheme that they put forward at that time, which was a pay-as-you-throw curbside system, very similar to what Broomfield is considering. I also wanted to add that under the Producer Responsibility Act, the law is requiring MFUs to be included.
Oh, that's good to know. So we conceivably could include multifamily units.
Through an ordinance now, and then
Ordinance.
later it will be required by law.
Okay.
Mhm.
Could our legal department clarify that?
Yeah.
I know Darla works in the industry, so I know she is an expert on the subject, so that's why I wanted to get her point.
Courtney Hartman with City Attorney's Office. It's our understanding that state law currently today does not allow us to regulate units over 8. So we can do 7 and less, but not over 8. That's not to say there aren't other options for waste diversion for multifamily units. That's just not something we're exploring right now, and that staff would bring back at a later date.
Okay, so it's not against the law, it's just something we're not exploring.
It is.
But we need to get clarification. If Boulder could do it, well, then it's not against the law.
So this goes back to that 2-part conversation. So it's the contract where we can include the universal residential.
Hold that down. We have a dance break.
And Darla confirms this. So 2 different conversations for the contract. So the RFP for the contract, we cannot include 8 or more MFUs. In the ordinance, recycling and compost ordinance, that they could be included, but they cannot be included in the contract per law. As of right now. As of right now.
As of now, okay. But as an ordinance, we could. See that I just want to get clear on this, and I'm not now. I just.
Not for the contract. Right. Not for the contract. So just sorry to re-clarify, and Darla, but we're on, so there's 2 conversations. So recycling and compost ordinance and a citywide residential trash hauler contract. We cannot include 8 or more MFUs in the contract. So the RFP and the proposed resolution in front of you tonight, we cannot include them per current law.
Correct.
However, in the recycling and trash ordinance, we could include MFUs.
Are we passing one of those ordinances?
Those will come back in April.
Oh,
if we
that's the
proceed
April
tonight.
piece. Okay,
Yes.
I understand now.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Yep, and also the state law is changing.
I heard
producer
that.
responsibility, yeah, so.
Excellent. I love that. I supported that. Thank you very much, Ms. Arians. Then I want to go back to Mr. Hardaway and Ms. Billsborough. I wrote down that you only pay $12 a month for curbside recycling and weekly trash pickup. Would you mind coming to the podium? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, how can I help you?
How many homes are in Red Leaf?
492.
492. And you guys were able to negotiate a $12 a month service fee?
Residential trash trucks come in a fixed size. They're a fixed size of 1,000 homes. I assume that what has happened is that Republic, who we have our contract with, has partnered us with some other nearby neighborhood, which has roughly 500. And therefore, we have the most efficient model, which is one truck leaves their lot. It's Red Leaf, it's whatever the other neighborhood is full, goes to the dump, back to Republic. Anyone who says more is better above 1,000 from all of my conversations with trash companies is incorrect. Trash companies chunk out in blocks of 1,000 because that's the size of their truck.
That is great information to have. And we appreciate you coming tonight to explain that. Thank you, Mr. Hardaway.
You're welcome.
Would our Anthem Ranch HOA folks like to come to the podium, please? I learned this a long time ago. You could ask questions of our public commenters. Comes in handy. Thank you, gentlemen. And so Anthem Ranch sounds like they really got it going on. And you guys have 1,328 homes.
Yes,
Do you mind telling us what the rate that you guys pay is?
yeah, we're paying about $15 a month for trash pickup once a week and recycling every other week. And I just want to mention, because we are an adult community, interestingly, we probably don't generate as much trash as any other HOA, per dwelling, because we don't have kids. And maybe 30% of our residents are single people now, and 70% obviously couples. So we really, we're probably 1.7, people per resident. And Waste Management, with whom we're now contracted, they obviously recognize that we're not generating as much trash as they would be picking up in some other neighborhood. But to hear $12, that's something we're going to have to think about. Yeah, this is John Page.
Yeah, Don Page. I'm also on the board of directors. I'd like to add that we have just renegotiated our trash pickup this summer. And the other thing, besides recycling and the regular trash pickup, we've also have an option. We were hoping to include it in just a single truck, a single company, but that no single company could offer composting. So we now have given our residents an option of the ability to compost every 2 weeks, or sometimes they can pay a little more money and do it every single week. So we basically have all three services that you're talking about presently.
That's amazing. You really have done it right. I thought I was getting a good deal in the Broadlands for $35 a month. And now I'm like thinking we need to go back to the bargaining table. Thank you so much for being here. And if there's anything else you
Yeah,
want
and
to
the other thing I
add.
just mentioned is that Waste Management is keeping their fee for 2024 the same as our fee has been for 2023. So even though we're 15 this year, we'll still be that 15-ish come 2024 as well. So, but again, I like that $12.
I do. I like both of them. Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, that's all the questions I have. Do we have any other second round questions? Councilmember Marshall, 2 minutes.
The actually only thing I had was, well, actually two things. One, I have waste management and I think I started out at 27 and now I'm at 38 a month because they keep raising it every couple of months. So in my non-HOA area. So I'm looking forward personally to a smaller trash can and a city rate. But anyway, my question is on my previous comment about direction to staff to bring back an update sooner than after the RFPs are completed, but not before the contracts. Is that, can I ask if council would go along with that direction, or should I add it as an official amendment?
Can you clarify what you're asking for?
I'm asking for an update on the RFPs, post RFP submittal and pre-contract negotiations.
I'm completely comfortable with it. After this conversation tonight, staff is not comfortable moving any direction ever on this item without really explicit direction. So
Okay.
we will absolutely bring this back before, during, and after.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay. Anybody opposed to that? I don't see any opposition. Okay, well, thank you. And Councilmember Anderson?
Okay, this first question, I don't actually think you have an answer for, but it's something that it's like this underlying question that was kind of brought up before. And just to keep this in the forefront of our mind is, why do people opt out? And why on earth would we be providing a service where so many people want to opt out? Like, if we want people to be in this program, we need to have that competitive price. Cause I can already see, like, if we don't let HOAs opt out and we come back with $35 a trash can, we're gonna have a whole lot of people up in these HOAs that are gonna wish they could just go back to that lower price. So that's gotta be the forefront of this conversation of why do we have people opting out? And also that very much bothered me. And I don't think we quite got an answer to the Mayor Pro Tem's question on, is there any way that if somebody did opt out, that they could be prohibited from contracting with another service that would just send a truck to their house and back out? Because that is like the absolute worst thing we could be doing, is trying to get, there's no way. Okay, you cannot. Okay, because then we're really not accomplishing anything, because we're still going to have multiple trash companies going down the roads, unless we provide this amazing service that nobody wants to opt out of. And the only other question I have, and this bothers me as we were talking about this more, was we have a thing called wish cycling. We all know what's happening, where you throw stuff into your recycle bin that you wish could be recycled. And do we ever anticipate an increase in this kind of behavior to try to get more out of your garbage can, so that you can take the small garbage can and you go, well, I could probably recycle that, and you throw it in there? Is that a concern that we're seeing at all in these communities with the pay as you throw? And maybe there's not, maybe we don't know. And that's my only question, other question.
In terms of why do people opt out? There's a big range of answers. A lot of it happens on principle. I think you've heard a lot of testimony that people really care about their ability to choose. It's not insignificant when that goes away. And it may be lower prices. It may be a certain kind of service that appeals. They may just like the hauler better. There's a lot of reasons. Certainly crafting an attractive program that meets people's needs as best we can, knowing that it can't be everything to everybody, is a way to minimize the opt-out rates, as well as getting the fee set right. One thing we do know in some other communities is sometimes it happens that a community goes through this process and they contract with a hauler, and then other haulers drop their price because they didn't get chosen. And then people might opt out because they are getting a better price, at least for a while, with that other hauler. So that's what we know about the opt-out. In terms of the recycling and what we refer to as contamination and recycling, and it goes for compost too. Not everything we throw in our recycling bins and our compost bins can be for recycling. Not everything has an end market, and it does sometimes change what's accepted at the different materials recovery facilities or the recycling centers. We're building into the process a partnership in communication with the hauler and the recycling centers, so we can try to keep up to date as that changes. But it's really hard when people learn, I know my certain numbers of plastics, they go in the bin, and it's just always complicated when that changes, and it changes based on the end markets, which are unpredictable, especially for plastics. So we will do everything we can to work with the haulers and the recycling centers and their marketing people to make sure that we, that what we say is acceptable recyclable materials and acceptable compostable materials are getting recycled and composted. And there's things we can build into the contracting process, best practices, and also education in the community to try to minimize the amount of things that we are sending to recycling that might not get recycled. We do know from the Boulder County Recycling Center, which is a materials recovery facility, and they have good sorting mechanisms. They send less than 10%. Thank you. Just wanted to double check that number. There's a lot of numbers flying around. Less than 10% of all the materials they receive from all the communities have to be put to landfill. And the things that do get sent to landfill are because they should never have been in a recycling bin in the first place, like toasters and things like that. So that's our answer to that.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I'm constantly fishing things that don't belong out of my recycling bin. Constantly. My one question too, is it true that we do not require someone to have garbage pickup in the city and county of Broomfield?
That's true.
Isn't that shocking? We don't even require it. So, all right, any other questions from council? Oh, Councilmember Cohen, sorry, I
Sorry.
jumped ahead.
I just wanted to clarify on the economies of scale question. And I think Mr. Hartman's comment that 1,000 residents is the optimal size. Have you experienced that with the other communities, that it didn't matter whether you had 5,000 or 10,000 or 15,000 parcels, that there was just a rate that you're going to get after a certain, or there are advantages to having 80% versus 60% or 70% of residents participating, or neighborhoods participating?
We don't have that from, it would be in their RFPs, and we don't have that information at this.
There's
time.
nothing, nobody has suggested that there's
Like a threshold.
a threshold.
Yeah, no, not through our conversations with those jurisdictions.
Okay, so, and I'm curious whether, I know there's, I think Waste Management has one size cart. And the reason is because they've cut down on their staffing and the trucks pick it up, and they need the trucks only pick up one size cart. And because they no longer put two people on the truck to run out and pick up the odd size. So is that something that is the RFP flexible enough for will the haulers come back saying, well, we'll offer this if we only have one size and we'll charge one price, which is what the Red Leaf and Anthem are experiencing? Versus, I don't know, Fort Collins demanded 5 sizes and they get a price based on that.
So I think, and I look at you, Allison, if you disagree with this, but we did try to keep it more open-ended on what we have drafted right now, so that we could see and keep the scale open and the competition there to see what would come back, and then having those pricing conversations and what those details would be.
Anticipate multiple pathways, so to speak. They'll come back with, well, if we do this, we can offer you this price if we have 5 cart sizes, or if we do a uniform size and this pricing scheme.
Within the core concepts that we discussed tonight, so within the pay-as-you-throw volume price model and those 4 other things that we discussed.
You'll have those varieties, as well as if we said we're going to do 70%, but not the 30% who are in HOAs.
If that's the direction of council, yeah, we can.
Get that. It doesn't mean we're committed to it, obviously.
Correct.
We could get that kind of variety of packaging being offered to us.
Yeah, it'd be up to the hauler of how they want to respond to the request for proposal.
Would they want more specificity in terms of if we let them opt in or opt out and those kind of, or are they demanding something more ironclad? I know you haven't done it yet. so you
Yeah,
don't
I don't know
but
to
I
have
don't-
the proposals, but we're using again, lessons learned from the other communities, best practices, and what we have in the RFP. And then this isn't new for these haulers. They're doing it in multiple communities. So hopefully they'll be able to come back with some competitive pricing that can meet the quality and service level that we're looking for in Broomfield. But we just won't know until we have those proposals back.
Okay. In other words, these
Yeah.
decisions can be made at a later date.
Exactly. That we will be back, as City Manager Hoffman said, we will be back if we get direction to proceed tonight.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Councilmember Shaft.
Just one question. So it sounds like that this RFP can be potentially squishy. And so that we can look at HOAs versus no HOAs, pay as you throw versus no pay as you throw, compost versus not, weekly versus bi-weekly recycling. Can we be that squishy? Or are we sending out one RFP that is a little bit more definitive than that?
One RFP that's more definitive than that. So pay as you throw, volume-based pricing and the opt-out fee. If we go back to the conversation at the April study session, those two objectives or core concepts are really critical for the success of the program and to have the diversion rates and the co-benefits that we've talked about. So if pay as you throw is not part of the RFP and an opt-out fee is no longer part of that, we would need to go back and restart all of this conversation because all of the modeling and the data and the diversion rates and everything that we have shared has been based off of those core concepts from the direction provided back in April. Now, where we could get squishy is the HOA, because that's a pricing question is if you have this many parcels, how much would the price be? And if you have this many parcels with HOAs excluded, what would the price be? Those other two are not squishy parts of the contract.
Okay, so you don't think the pay as you throw is going to be a cost conversation like it is with HOAs?
I don't know if we can answer that question.
Again, my residents are concerned about fewer trucks on the road and less cost.
Yeah. So we hear that, right? And the big challenge with this is we don't have numbers. We recognize, right, from April to today, there's not a lot more information. That's where we would like to come back with those proposals so we can say in totality, this is how much this is going to cost the city and county of Broomfield. When we look at savings from road costs, what it actually costs from staffing capacity, that whole perspective. And this is what residents are going to pay. These are the bin sizes. This is what it looks like. And then council will have all of that detail at that point in time to say, okay, this is too much or it's not too much and make that policy decision at that time. It's just really hard right now because we don't have those numbers until we have the proposals.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. First is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-123. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-123 by title?
11C, proposed resolution number 2023-123, authorizing issuance of a request for proposals for city contracted residential waste hauling services, formerly Universal Waste Collection.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Marshall Olson?
I move that resolution number 2023-123 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Anderson?
So I would like to propose, is this the right time for the amendment?
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, I would like to propose an amendment that in section 1E, we consider whether it's just to completely opt out the HOAs or as was just discussed to do two different pricing models. I would like to propose that as an amendment in one of those two forms. Ideally, just saying we're excluding HOAs and just take that 30% out.
All right, thank you. Is there a second? To exclude HOAs? What? Well, do you want to clarify or both?
I think it's, I mean, this is where it gets really tough because it could be either. Is it, if there's more support for both pricing structures, I would say that would be the correct. Make that, okay, I will make the motion that we look at section 1E and do both pricing structures for all of Broomfield as well as the subset to exclude the current 30% of HOAs that have their own contracted services.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel?
Second that.
All right. So any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Marshall Olson?
I'm still confused. Is the motion to exclude HOAs, or is the motion to get both pricing models?
Both pricing models.
Okay, then I'm good with the motion. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment to get both pricing models? All right,
Before we move on, I just want to make sure staff has the clarity that it needs. Are you good? Right.
with
Okay,
or
thank you.
and without. Just to be cute. Okay, good. That's awesome. Well, all in favor? Any opposed? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo,
No.
Henkel,
Yes.
Jazersky, Leslie, oh, sorry, Lim,
Yes.
Marshallson.
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward.
No.
That passes 7-2. So now we will vote on resolution number 2023-123 as amended. And we already did discussion for that, right?
I was just going to make sure you were done with discussion.
Are we done with discussion? Probably not. Councilmember Shav.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem Jazersky. So I just wanted to make sure. So 1D also sounds like we're getting both of those options as well. One option is to have a bundled or composting service with the trash, and the other is to see if that would be an add-on. So we're getting both of those. Perfect. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, so now we'll move to the vote forward on resolution number 2023-123 as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you all so much again for hanging in with us. 10 people. They got lots of questions and opinions. Our final item under council business this evening is council's consideration on first reading of proposed ordinance number 2217 regarding off-street and bicycle parking requirements. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Anna Bertanzetti is going to walk us through this item. Ms. Bertanzetti.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. We do have a brief presentation for you this evening. Thank you. If I could have the next slide, please. So in January of this year, the City Council had a study session where we talked about the systematic approach that we were going to take throughout the year to bring forward updates to Brimfield's development plans and policies, code updates. And you've seen building code updates, recently a landscaping requirement for new development. And this evening we have the parking code update. There was a study session held earlier this year regarding the study session. The goals are largely the same as we had discussed this summer with the study session. The ordinance has not been updated. The parking ordinance has not been updated in a very long time, since about 1998 or even earlier for some of the sections. So really, generally, the goals is to modernize the parking requirements for new development and add bicycle parking requirements, which are not currently addressed by our current code. So our staff memorandum was very detailed. I'm going to skip through most of my presentation and hand it off to Mr. Ambrosi to walk us through the ordinance in the interest of time. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. My name is Mark Ambrosi, Senior Transportation Planner with the City and County of Broomfield. Next slide, please. So back at the study session in June, we spoke quite a bit about the background research that went into the development of the proposed ordinance. Various approaches are listed on the slide that you see here. We've reviewed various municipal parking code requirements from around the Denver metro region, reviewed some Institute of Transportation Engineers parking studies for actual usage rates, and reviewed numerous articles, best practices, expert guidance about parking codes and modern approaches to them. Next slide, please. The following few slides illustrate some of the major changes to land use types and parking requirements that we're proposing with this ordinance. A goal with these changes is to simplify the land uses that we felt were redundant or had similar parking requirements with other uses. An example of this is our existing code has an animal hospital or kennel use, and it has a medical office or clinic. These are similar requirements for parking based on the research that we've done. And so combining these made a lot of sense to us. There are also a number of land uses that were somewhat outdated. An example of that would be a membership building. In these one-off situations, when we do see these types of less common land use types coming in for development review, we could base parking requirements on a parking demand analysis that would be part of a traffic impact study. Next slide, please. Staff also proposes adding a number of new land use types. These land use types are added because Broomfield either sees them more frequently in the development review process, or because they have kind of distinct parking requirements that exist that our existing land use types don't really account for very well. In addition to adding a few new land uses, staff has recommended the inclusion of parking maximums. Best practices for off-street parking suggest the use of parking maximums is desirable to avoid significantly overparked developments. These parking maximum requirements can be exceeded in certain instances when there's structured parking or when there's a parking study that shows demand in excess of what that maximum is. We would allow exceptions to those parking maximums. So we want to provide flexibility and so that we can accommodate the various uses that we may see come in while discouraging the overparking. Next slide, please. One of the key changes included in the proposed ordinance relates to the quantity of parking required for certain land use types. The slide in front of us here illustrates some of those notable changes in parking requirements. I won't run through these because we talked about them in some detail during the study session. Be more than happy to answer any questions about those if they come up though. Next slide, please. Comments received from the public and in our June study session did result in a few changes to the proposed off-street parking requirements. Notably, concerns were expressed about adequate parking availability for income-aligned multifamily residential housing. In response to this, staff has slightly increased the requirements from what they were during the study session to address those concerns. We think that we have a good number at this point to move forward with. Staff also reviewed other land use types, basically all of the land use types, just to confirm that the recommendations that we were proposing during the study session aligned with the best practices, and did find a number of land uses, the church land use and the daycare facilities in particular, where we did slightly increase the parking requirements from what was proposed during the study session. The TOD areas have been renamed to parking reduction areas so as not to be confused with the new zoning type that has been created. In the parking reduction areas, staff eliminated the requirement to have a transportation demand management plan to be eligible for the 20% parking reductions that had been left in the version of the proposed ordinance that we brought to study session inadvertently, so that is no longer there. There are also a few minor changes that were made to the parking reduction areas map. So just a little bit of tuning around those areas, and we'll run through that in a little bit. Next slide, please. So staff also took some time to review the impact of these proposed changes to the parking code on a number of recent developments that sought variances from the off-street parking requirements. What we found, you can see up here, is that the proposed requirements would have eliminated the need for all the variance requests that we have seen. They are slightly different than the numbers being proposed. I think we're pretty closely in alignment with, again, with what best practices suggest we should be looking for. Next slide, please. So best practices and off-street parking requirements suggest that it's desirable to use overlay zones, allowing the use of lower parking minimums in higher density areas that have transit access. The proposed requirements for these areas include reductions in parking minimums by 20% for most land uses, other than single-family homes, townhouses, and duplexes, I believe. Next slide, please. So this is our updated parking reduction areas map. It's a little difficult to see in this slide, but this map was developed using the following criteria. So generally, we started from a place where we were looking at a perimeter of about 1 mile radius around existing or planned major transit stations. The next criteria that we used to help develop this map was that the area had adequate or better pedestrian or bicycle facilities. And so we also took into consideration facilities that we are planning to improve or are currently underway in those improvements. And so that area up by Colorado 7, we expect a lot of bicycle and pedestrian facilities to be included there, built there over the next few years. In other areas, we're addressing deficiencies. The parking reduction area also takes into account major transportation barriers. And so we did make some hard cuts of those areas that are less than a mile, as you can see in the graphic over here. And those would be for things like the BNSF Railroad, which are very difficult to cross. The areas that are being shown on this graphic all have existing or planned regional transit service. They represent higher density areas in Broomfield or areas that are planned to be higher density, like that area in the Northeast up by Colorado 7. And they have good and improving bicycle and pedestrian connections to promote travel choice. Next slide, please. In addition to proposing updated off-street parking requirements, Broomfield staff sought to establish expectations for bicycle parking. Bicycle parking requirements reduce barriers to using bicycles as a mode of transportation for commuting to work, accessing services, and it's a transportation option available for people representing a wider variety of incomes, ages, and abilities. Reducing barriers to choosing bicycle as a mode of transportation can also support public health and environmental goals. Next slide, please. Staff's approach to researching bicycle parking mirrors that of the off-street parking very closely. So we reviewed a bunch of municipal codes from local communities. We reviewed a bunch of municipal codes from national examples throughout the country, reviewed a bunch of studies, and we had a pretty heavy reliance on the Association of Pedestrian and Bicycle Professionals Bicycle Parking Guidelines report, which is a report that outlines policies and provides guidance for bicycle parking rates and best practices. Next slide, please. Bicycle parking includes both long and short-term requirements. So short-term bicycle parking is defined as locations where the public would leave their bike for less than 2 hours. Short-term bicycle parking is basically appropriate everywhere for every kind of land use. Long-term bicycle parking is for bicycle parking over 2 hours. And this type of parking is most appropriate for multifamily residential, office type settings, workplaces. Expectations for short-term bicycle parking are typically just URACs and located in convenient locations near building entrances, outside of pedestrian walkways. The long-term bicycle parking have more robust set of requirements for what makes them work well. So they would have higher levels of security, so a door that locks. They're typically in a designated room. And there's typically different types of racks that are used that allow for higher density and space to be used more efficiently. Next slide, please. The proposed bicycle parking code includes both short and long-term requirements based on land use type. The land uses that we considered for the bicycle parking are identical to the land uses that we're using for the off-street parking code to create consistency. The code requirements also include technical guidance outlining types of security measures necessary for long-term bicycle parking, acceptable locations for long and short-term bicycle parking, and the types of racks permitted for both long and short-term bicycle parking. Next slide, please. The proposed long-term bicycle parking requirements have been modified based on the feedback from the June study session. The long-term bicycle parking requirements eliminated were eliminated from a number of land use types. They have been retained for office and the various types of multifamily housing. Requirements for showers and lockers for large employers have been eliminated from the code from what was proposed back in the June study session. And I just want to note that we will revisit requirements for long-term bicycle parking over the next year as we Broomfield staff investigate the development of a TDM ordinance or transportation demand management ordinance, which would include taking those ideas under consideration again. Next slide, please. So that concludes the presentation about the proposed parking ordinance. Proposed ordinance number 2217 would update Title 17 to revise the off-street parking requirements and add bicycle parking requirements. These requirements will apply to all new development and redevelopments unless a specific PUD plan has established a unique parking requirement for a particular PUD plan area. I do also want to note that to ensure balanced council agendas, we are proposing to shift the second reading of this ordinance out to December 5th, assuming that it is approved. It was originally scheduled, and I'll note that in the memo, it was scheduled for November 14th. If approved on first reading, the proposed ordinance number 2217 will be published in full, and a public hearing will be scheduled for December 5th, 2023, and that's the updated date. The effective date of the ordinance would be January 1st, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes your presentation.
It does, yes.
All right. Next is public comment. If anyone would like to comment on this item, please come up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Don't see anyone online, so we'll move on to council questions. Does any member of council have a question on this? Councilmember Lim.
Could you, maybe I missed this, in the parking reduction areas, there was a requirement to qualify for that they have a transit demand management plan, but the ordinance, we're not going to have any ordinance in effect for a while. So if someone were to come to us and said, we qualify, we're in those zones for the parking reduction area, how would it be determined if they had an adequate TDM?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Lim. We have removed that requirement for a transportation demand management plan to be accompanied to be eligible to access that 20% reduction. Now there's no requirement to access that 20% reduction.
Okay, I missed. Okay. And how did you do a very much stakeholder work in bringing this together?
That is a good question. So some of the work that we did, we worked with a variety of Broomfield staff. So we worked with members of the planning staff and the community development department. We worked with CIP staff, traffic engineering staff. We sent the proposed ordinance or the draft of it around for referral to all of the Broomfield departments. In addition to that, we had a technical meeting with developers to discuss and get their feedback about the proposed ordinance. And we had a public hearing that unfortunately was not attended by any members of the public, or not a public hearing, a public information session in July. So there were a number of opportunities. There was also the Broomfield Voice page, which offered the opportunity to provide digital feedback, and there should be a summary of comments that were received through that process.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate the further information. Certainly, it seems like the developers should be in line with these proposals and the fact that it addressed a lot of their variance requests. So I appreciate that further research that you did since the time of the study session. And it'll cut down on our time looking at development proposals if there's not those variances. So that's great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? All right, next is, oh, sorry, it's a little slow there, Anderson.
I do have one question as we're looking at the baseline. I forget what you call the that transportation plan area up there. That's relying on us having RTD and the 3 bus stops. Do we have a backup plan if the RTD doesn't come through, or maybe this is a question for Ms. Grant? I mean, is that something where we are feeling confident that we are going to have the RTD along Colorado 7? I know it's supposed to be starting up in a couple of years.
This is a super excellent question for Ms. Grant after the week she's had regarding RTD.
Oh, thank you, Manager Hoffman. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Anderson, for the question. So for Colorado 7, as some of our council members are aware, we submitted for a TIP application alongside Boulder County and communities along the Colorado 7 corridor between Brighton and Boulder, and we're successful in securing funding for starter service between Brighton and Boulder. So we do anticipate that transit service may begin as soon as 2025 as it's certainly not bus rapid transit yet, but some transit service on that corridor. It is not determined who will provide that service. It will be put out to a public bid, and a vendor will be selected at that time. In addition, at Colorado 7 I-25, there's an interim transit hub that is in design right now with CDOT. There's $16 million slated for that design and construction, and we do anticipate construction to begin in 2024 and the interim mobility hub to be open for service in 2025. That will allow for service along I-25, any existing services from Bustang operated by the state of Colorado, as well as RTD, to make a stop at that interchange and make transfer connections with other services, including the current Broomfield North RTD Flex Ride, and we would plan to have a connection there to allow transfers to happen. So there is planned service in the near future as soon as 2025 on that corridor.
Okay, thank you. And I do actually have one follow-up question to that. So so that's guaranteed now, it's coming, then we'll have that service. And then so as long as there's ridership, we would not see there being an issue. If there wasn't ridership, then it wouldn't affect the parking anyways, because no one was riding it. So we're feeling pretty confident in that area, I assume, that we're good to reduce the parking.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. We are confident that we do have funding to begin the starter service. It is not determined, again, who that vendor will be. We hope that we will have some options for our transit providers in the metro area that will bid on that and provide that service. And we do know with the interim mobility hub, there are existing services on I-25, and they will be able to make a stop at that location, which is one of the reasons why CDOT is proceeding with the development of the interim mobility hub.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor. Just hopefully one quick question. I don't know if the answer will be quick, but this last year we saw the Senate bill that looked at housing. Included in that bill was the elimination of parking minimums for new housing units and construction along key transportation corridors. So I'm wondering, does this move in that same direction that housing bill was trying to accomplish? And if they bring back a standalone bill to reduce parking minimums, are we going to be able to comply with that? Or is this something that we're going to end up having to redo?
Well, we happen to have the resident expert that they tapped for, I don't know how many meetings. Yes, Ms. Burton-Zetti, we're looking at you.
Almost time to start talking about that bill again, right? So what's going to happen next year? It's a great question. Unfortunately, since we don't know exactly how it will be brought back, my thought is that yes, this is working towards the goals that were driving that proposal in terms of reducing parking requirements, making things more affordable for the development community, addressing what they believe is appropriate for the densities that are being proposed along transit areas. Will it need to be changed? If the state were to mandate that there were more significant reductions in parking, we would need to revisit that. There'd likely be some type of a time frame for the cities to be able to bring forward amendments.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, then seeing none, next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2217 on first reading. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2217 by title?
11D ordinance number 2217, amending chapter 17-32 accessory buildings and uses and 17-42 mobile home communities to revise off-street parking requirements and add bicycle parking requirements to the Broomfield Municipal Code.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that ordinance number 2217 be adopted on first reading and order published in full, that a public hearing and second reading of the ordinance will be held on December 5th, 2023 at 6 p.m. as allowed by city council procedures and rules of order.
Perfect. Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel?
I don't know how you got all of that in one breath, but I will second that. Thank you.
Second, thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate staff's work on this issue that I had requested 2 years ago. Actually, almost 2 years ago. Boy, how time flies. However, I don't think this ordinance goes nearly far enough to address the issues related to sustainability and climate change. I think as my council colleagues will recall, back to our study session regarding the wastewater treatment facility, 30% of all microplastics in our wastewater treatment facility were coming from tires. This does not address that issue, particularly when you want to switch to EVs, which I totally support, but those are heavier, they wear through tires much quicker and will thus increase the number of microplastics in our systems. If you want to reduce climate change emissions, you want to reduce microplastics, you want to reduce volatile organic compounds, you need to get people switching to alternative forms of transportation. And this ordinance does not accomplish that at all. Not enough biking requirements in this. And while yes, we do not have the transit necessary at the moment to support what I would prefer, that does not mean we will not have it in the future. And that does not mean we, as the city and county of Broomfield, cannot take it upon ourselves to provide the transit we need. We cannot rely entirely on RTD or any other entity to provide the service we need. With that said, I will be supporting this on first reading, and I will be bringing forth numerous amendments on the December 5th meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshallton.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand transportation and parking and all that is a chicken and egg issue with transit, but I'm going to echo everything Councilmember Ward just said. I do not think this goes far enough. I appreciate the work you did on it, but I would have preferred doing away from parking minimums completely. I will probably be supporting Councilmember Ward's amendments on second reading, and I'm not going to be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member discussion? Well, I'm not riding a bike. So it's too cold here. The weather is just too crazy. I mean, come on. It's dangerous. You can comment, Councilmember Ward.
30% of people in Denmark during the winter bike, and it's colder there.
That's crazy too. I just can't even imagine. Of course, it's your turn.
When I lived in Chicago, I did bike everywhere too, even in the winter.
How did you not slip on the ice?
Listen, happens once in a while, but.
Okay, so it does happen. Confirming my fears. It doesn't hurt. If you're 60, it does. Jeez. You're not 60 either. We already have a vote, motion in a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo,
Yes.
Henkel,
Yes.
Jaworski, Lim,
Yes.
Marshall.
No.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Well, that passes 8-1. Thank you all so much for that. Thank you, staff. The city and county attorney's report is next. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
I will be hitting send on an email to council in about 10 minutes to correct some information about the Charter Review Committee. So please keep an eye out for that and we'll make sure any public version reflects the proper information.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you.
The city and county manager's report is next. Ms. Hoffman, do you have a report?
No.
Okay. Alrighty. There is no legislative update this evening, and items 15A and 16A were reviewed earlier in the agenda. Additionally, there are no special reports or requests for future action this evening, concluding the items on the agenda. Is there any other business to come before council? I'm not riding a bike.